Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. It's round 2 and it's the finals day and it's the title decider for KZ and KZ2. The Superheat's coming up very, very soon. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland. We're on the pre-grid at the moment, not in the commentary box, and I've got to say, it is warm right now.
Well, I think this weekend, Anthony, we've been blessed with the fact that in our commentary box we have got an AC unit in there. That's not the case for these drivers out here. Of course, we're heading into this morning then with our run of Superheats for KZ2s and KZs to set them up for their finals later on. We've already had a long run of qualifying heats, 24 in total across the 3 categories that we have here this weekend, because we've of course got our Academy Juniors here joining us this weekend for their second round out of 3. But today, like you said then, Anthony, we're going to crown 2 brand new European champions. It's been a busy weekend so far and we've already had new drivers turn the tables and get to the top of those standings to potentially take those crowns.
Yeah, indeed. Sarno, very different circuit to Genk in Belgium, meaning it's been a topsy-turvy weekend for many of the main protagonists, which means basically we have no idea who's going to take the crown and glory this weekend, but you will find out very soon as those Superheats will be coming up on track in just a moment, and then of course those finals. And as you can see, the drivers are ready. We best get out the way. We'll see you in a few. The title decider is here. Welcome along, everybody, to the bustling city of Naples. It's where Vesuvius looms over the bay and where Pompeii's ruins still whisper stories from over 2,000 years ago. It's where the streets buzz with life, history, and unmistakable Italian passion. Good morning. And what a morning it is here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli for the final round. And it is finals day here at the circuit for KZ and KZ2. It is round 2 of 3 for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. They'll be out there for their final as well today, but we will not be crowning a champion until we head to Viterbo, just north of Rome, for the finale for the Academy Juniors. But here in the south of Italy, this crowning circuit, a gem in the Italian sunshine, Sarno will crown once again the KZ European Champions. It opened back in 1993, event record set by Emilian Denner with a 55.844 in time qualifying. No one has beaten that time just yet. The track itself, though, brilliant venue. It's 180 metres down the start-finish straight to turn 1. It's 205 metres down the back straight in towards turn 5. It totals around 1.6 kilometres in total track length, but no real elevation change here despite the mountains that surround us. The turns themselves, there are 9, 6 to the right and 3 to the left. 4 of those are hairpins. Many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities as well. We do see them into turn 1, we see them into turns 2, 5, 7 and 9 around the track, meaning plenty of places to get a move down the inside. Top speed as well, drivers will be reaching that in multiple places, down in towards turn 1 and into turn 5 at 150 kilometres an hour. They'll average around 105 across the entirety of the lap. It is a fast and flowing circuit, and speak of being fast and flowing, the karts are already out on circuit for their first race of the day. As mentioned, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. It is finals day, and it kickstarts with KZ2 Superheat A for their 12-lap race. Slightly longer race distance now for the field as they make their way very slowly, I will add, on to the circuit. Plenty of action is ahead of us, and here's your grid for the first race of the day. It was a perfect day yesterday. 5 qualifying heat wins out of 5 for Kimi Tani. Puts him on pole position. Yenis Amico joins him alongside the driver who finished second in time qualifying. Malek Scrivan's not been outside the top 3 this weekend, but he hasn't taken away his win. Could that happen in this one as he starts alongside Matthias Morgado on row 2? Noah Wolf and Robert Kindervar to go from 3 from Jens Leer and Daniel Macia on the 4th row of the grid. They'll see Alessandro Solocco and Filippo Sala on row 5. Theo Blin and Andrea Dale go from row number 6. They will see Yerasim Skulinov and Manuel Castel on row number 7. Edgar Wilkins and Simon Swachuska go from row number 8 and the first half of the field.
From row number 9 backwards, drivers find themselves maybe in trouble of not making that final later on because we will half our grid. From row number 9, it's Enzo Ball alongside Matish Prush, and then from 10, it's Hugo Marti alongside Hugo Besson, who has decided to go new tyre on board that left-hand side. 11, it's Italy and Switzerland with Giovanni Tosso and Kian Fardin, and then from 12, Czechia's Radek Vavra sees Ilyan Klyanov. Row number 13, Mark Brovko sails Kyle Wick, hoping for a good race after 2 DNFs yesterday. And from 14, Leonardo Bonomo looks at Massimo Volante. 15th row is Paul Androssi, who didn't make the final out in Genk. He's starting alongside Simon Billman. 16 rows in total, 32 drivers in this first KZ2 Superheat, and it's rounded out by Rune de Broeke and Julian Carmen. Like we said then, these drivers will be halved. We had 64 going into this weekend. We will get down only to 36 going into that final later on. There's your team in race control then. Chris Lambret, FIA head of race control, assisted by none other than David Manchester and Sam Fisher. All weekend long it has been busy, it has been hot, and it will only start to get hotter for these drivers, not just in air temperature, but in that competition level as well. Pasquale Lupoli then readied on that gantry, race director for this weekend, and assisted by Gonzalo Planta, who will be your race director for your Academy Juniors later on. Yeah, indeed. Joined by the clerk of the course as well, Rosa Santoli, on the grid, ready to stop the field and waiting just that little bit longer here. With the drivers at the back of the grid just getting into position. Air temperature already 27 degrees here. It is not even 10 o'clock in the morning yet, and we're already pushing towards the 30s. It's going to be a very warm day, but a very warm welcome to everyone watching from around the world, wherever you're watching. Welcome, one and all, to finals day here in Sarno for the FIA Karting European Championships. KZ and KZ2 are going to be crowning a European champion at the end of today, but the question still remains, is who will it be? Well, this first superheat we might be able to find out as revs start to raise and the lights procedure gets underway. It is 4 red lights, it's lights out and fights on. It's a strong start for, once again, Kimi Tani, who is looking at an absolutely perfect scoring weekend here. Can anyone beat him to the line? We'll have to wait and see. One of the CLs going very slowly, and there, the 346 of Paul Andriotis of Switzerland has not got away off the line. He's bumped started it, and he's got going now, but that's a big loss of time. He's lost out in nearly a whole sector from the rest of the field. Onto the back straight for the first time, Jens Leer going for a move down the inside there as it's a clear getaway for Kimi Tani, but Yenis Amico hot on his heels in second place. If you've only just tuned in then, if you've only just watched on at what has been unfolded so far this weekend, Kimi Tani has had a thing about the number 5. Time qualified P5, but has taken 5 qualifying heat wins, has been the star of the show time after time within KZ2. He's beaten Magato, Savico, Schleimer, Dion van Verven, Michael Adair, who have all taken other qualifying heat wins, but Kimi Tani is the one to beat, and within this first KZ2
superheats of the day. He makes himself that big send down the inside. Scriven now looking like he's becoming a bit vulnerable. Wolf is through. So is the Brazilian of Matheus Magato, who has now walked into today's day of racing as your current championship leader.
Yeah, he certainly has, but still looking very, very strong indeed. For that final intermediate classification, though, Kimi Taney's looking at a perfect score to put him on pole position and to take another 25 championship points, and very slowly there into the pit lane, going no further is Simas Pachuska for CPB Sport. The Lithuanian, unfortunately, not having the superheat day he wanted, and that could take him out of the final contention. Daniel Macia there, a little bit squirrely into that final chicane as he tries to put the pressure onto Malek Skrivan just ahead. Then you've got this fight here, Noah Wolf, Morgato, Savico fighting up in that lead group, but Taney's lead has not broken away just yet. Now, both of them are running fresh tyres. However, Savico only having the one fresh tyre on his front left. I think that was due to tyre damage that he had had over the course of the weekend, and it's a replacement. But it's not going to help him out too much in this situation, because Morgato sends it down the inside. That's for second place. Wolf follows through, and they both get up one place. And Savico now down to P4.
3 different chassis, 3 different teams now inside of your top 4. We've got Kimi Taney there on that Paralim, Matheus Magato, of course, on that CPB Sport Sodi. We've then got Birrell with Wolf, and we've got Tony Kart there with Savico. Savico there just looking like he was maybe nodding slightly at Noah Wolf. Wolf continuing to try and push ahead, but all 3 drivers ahead of Savico now, of course, have one extra fresher tyre on board. Here comes Wolf now, looking really hungry to try and take a bite out of Matheus Magato just ahead. It's not being shaken off as Matheus Magato does now start to fall away from Kimi Taney, who goes purple out there. Is he going to wear the halo for the rest of this weekend? We're going to shortly, I would say, find out, because again and again he has been the one.
Yes, indeed. And these drivers here doing everything they can to continue that pressure on each other here as they exit round into the final sector once more on lap number 4 of this race. Again, 12 laps now are these races, longer than yesterday, and they're only going to get longer into the finals. 15 laps for the juniors, 18 laps for the gearbox classes in the final later on today, so it will be a very busy day indeed. Big check over the shoulder there, and all that Malek Scriven can see is Robert Kinderbarter piling on that pressure for P7.
Well, Kimi Taney again is probably feeling like he can run the world out there with yet another purple lap. Continues to push away. You know, the pace from Kimi Taney time and time again has just been absolutely fantastic. You know, you really can't take away. He's had absolutely top form. And you know, listen, for Kimi Taney, this is one of the sort of first performances we've seen of this kind for him, and within this race, corner after corner continues to add around about half a tenth.
Indeed. So these drivers now pushing for the end of this race, but temperatures still increasing as this race goes on. Here we go. Zalocco under pressure there, but gets that move done on Kinderbarter. Beautifully done, and Kinderbarter now having to just think what he wants to do, because right now he's got Theo Blum behind the French driver on that Birrell Art Racing machine, putting that pressure in on the German just ahead. But this Birrell IPK sandwich that we are seeing here, certainly going to be quite the challenge for Robert Kinderbarter over the remainder of this race. Taney setting the fastest lap of the race. He's becoming a bit of an alien superstar this weekend so far.
Well, Matheus Magato then is going to continue to try and be a survivor within this race. We've already seen a DNF from him this weekend. Going into today, he was separated in that points lead from Kimi Taney by just 1 point. Really interested to see how Noah Wolf races the remaining laps of this race, considering that Wolf is not in contention for a championship, but he is potentially in contention for a really good result later on in that final. I would say he's probably just going to sit there with Magato for now, try and allow Magato to get closer to Taney, and then maybe try something later on. But Taney, you know what, he says absolutely not. I've got this one. Again, continues to go faster and continues to maximise everything he can out of those 2 fresher tyres.
Yeah, he certainly can. And again, that big run into that braking zone, very challenging on the drivers, but you can see now how they've started to just spread out a little bit here. No one thinking of their ego right now. They're all just thinking what they can achieve for those final. Effectively, they're all trying to be a survivor out there to get into that final.
Yeah, absolutely. So Magato, of course, P2 when we were out at Genk. Kimitani so far this year, of course, we've only had 1 round, has not actually taken a podium. It's been consistency throughout this year that has allowed him to stay in that 2nd position within those points so far. We've got a retirement in the background. Julian Coman, of course, has not continued to go round. Simas Bachuska is out. Jens Truer as well finds himself down in P30 as Paul Androtis. Theo Blon falls down. Nice sends down the inside. Turn number 2, that hot spot. That is all for your midfield section.
Indeed, it is, but a great fight they are having nonetheless down there. This is Mark Brovko, Simon Billman, Manuel Castel all fighting for position. Leonardo Bonomo's there as well. They're playing a little bit of Texas Hold'em here, and they are certainly doing a good job of it, not showing their cards.
Yeah, absolutely so. So other drivers really pushing their way through because, of course, many of these names, including Paul Androtis, Simon Billman, Manuel Castle, Hugo Marti, potentially are at risk of not being seen later on this afternoon and trying to fight their way through. And one of those names is absolutely Ilyan Yankov, now up by 11 positions, as is Massimo Valente there in P17. Matas Proush doing a good job then. Proush up by 9 to be sat in P9. That is, of course, the driver we saw a moment ago on your screen in that IPK, in that big fight with Kindvata and Juratin Skulanov as well. Eyes on this one. The 2 Sodi CPBs, well, only 1 CPB within this fight going through that 9th corner. Again, these are your drivers that are at risk of not being seen in that all-important final, and there you can see visibly that the drivers feel that pressure.
Indeed. Kit Farden, big hit at the curb there. That's massively unsettled him there. This is 14th, 15th place, and Wilkins gets through. This is now Kyle Wick, who had absolute dramas yesterday and is really looking at damage limitations here over the course of the day. Needs a really strong result here, and at the moment he's looking at one. He's already up 10 places. Valente is just behind him as well, as also up 11 places. He also needs a strong result in this one, despite the fact that the Canadian, she had a breakdown in this morning's free practice session. There is Tani, there is Morgato. Gap is less than a second here. Morgato starting to find some pace right now in this latter stage of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a problem for one of our wildcard entrants. Leonardo Bonomo, we saw him fighting his way through the field on that parallel there, but now finds himself out and probably finds his day done and dusted here in Sarno. Gap is now down to 0.8 of a second. So, can Matheus Magato make that actually 0.6 of a second? Magato is chasing down. Can he potentially look to force Kimi Tani into a mistake out there? Tani will be under some increasing pressure, and you can just visibly see now the push from Magato, who now tells us fastest driver out there.
Indeed, Gap down to 0.6 of a second. He's doing a sterling job here. Back into the green flag sections there as they clear the moment for Bonomo, the Italian who has just retired from this race. Tani's shown great pace. Is he backing off a little bit too much too early at this one? I mean, it's not going to affect him. He could drop to second place. It will not affect him. However, would you tell a driver to go backwards? Sala down the inside. Good move there. But Filippo Sala at this moment is nowhere in this race.
Do you know what? This is not intentional by Kimi Tani. He's not backing off on purpose. He's not calming down on purpose. This is just genuine, raw speed by the Brazilian sat there in P2. The gap still stands at half a second on this final lap. So, Kimi Tani still 7 more corners just left to tick off. Just over half a second splits up the 2 at the front, who are, of course, your main 2 names in your championship, separated by just 1 point going into today. Tani opens up the gap once more, gives himself 0.1 of a second. It looks to me here, Anthony, this could be Tani's to take. It could be a continued clean sweep of wins.
It certainly could be. All the single ladies, please welcome Kimi Tani here, who's looking at a perfect score this weekend as he's going to exit the final corner. He's going to look for maximum points, maximum potential, and maximum chance of becoming a European champion. At the end of the day, Kimi Tani will take pole position for the final. He will be the one to beat this weekend as he is looking for a European title here. Morgato had done all he could there. He closed the gap down to 0.6 of a second, but it wasn't going to be enough for Morgato with his 2 places gained. He does jump up to second in the points, but this is only one of 2 super heats for the drivers. Wolf will finish there in third. It's a strong result for him. He's 5th in the points now with 260, but again, he's got to deal with that second superheat later on. You saw there the graphic. Ilyan Yankov, biggest mover in that race, the Bulgarian from Formula K SRP factory team. 11 places gained in that one. Carl Wick 10 and Massimo Volante gaining also 10 places. There's your top 3. Tani, Morgato and Wolf as they make their way to the final later on today as some of the leading protagonists in this class. Well, there's your rest of the results there. Yanis Savico from the front row drops to P4, but still is in a good position. He's 3rd in the points right now ahead of Daniel Macy, who finished that one in P5. Melik Skrivan from Alessandro Zolocco, Robert Kinavata from Matis Bruz, Gerasim Skulinov from Enzo Bol, Hugo Besson from Ilyan Yankov, Edgars Wilkins from Kian Farding, Carl Wick from Filippo Sala, Massimo Volante and Andrea Del from Rannik Vavra and Giovanni Tosso. Hugo Marti, Mark Rovko, Manuel Castel and Simon Billman, Paul Andriotis and Rud de Bruca round out the 27 finishes. The retirements, Leonardo Placido Bonomo, Theo Blin, Jens Leyer and Simon Swachuska not making it to the end, and the non-starter of Julian Cameron in that race. Well, clean-up operation underway. Nicole Sutherland's heading down to Parc Fermé to chat to some of our drivers, and I can imagine this man here is going to be quite happy. Kimi Tani, the La Motorsport team, looking at a potential final winner there and a potential European champion. Here's your race start. Pretty solid from the field. Bit of dramas in the background, though. Some drivers not getting away too well. And you can see that from the brills in the background. Paul Andriotis not getting it off the line, and some cuts having to take to the grass at the very start of that one. Lightning start again for Kimi Tani. He's been solid with them all weekend so far. He has not had any drama. I think that was Filippo Sala, the reason why he's gone backwards in the order. We saw that at the very start, running onto the grass. A couple of jump starts maybe in the middle of the pack. Bit of movement there before the lights going out, but there the clear stall for Paul Andriotis not getting away. And then, of course, later we saw Simon Spachuska also very slowly. That CPB Sport machine not working in his favour. Racing went on. Morgato and Wolf, they managed to squeeze their way past the likes of Yanis Savico at the very start of that race. That kept them going. And then we had the lovely Robert Kinavata and Alessandro Zolocco battle over the start-finish line. Zolocco able to push his way forward. Then we saw the fighting down in around 20th place. We saw everyone trying to push their way forward. Matt Castle there, one of the drivers losing out a couple of positions. Later, the last retirement of the race, Leonardo Placido Bonomo out of the race, and Sala pushing his way back through that race. A tough race for the young Italian. But here, the young Finn delivers. Kimi Tani, that is a perfect score for him. 5 qualifying heat wins. And now, the superheat win as well. Well, that is the racing done and dusted for Superheat A, but of course the KZ2s for Superheat B. That is coming up next. That will see the likes of Dion van Verven and Michael Adair on that front row of the grid. But before that, we'll head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Kimitani cannot do any more than he already has, and nobody out there can outscore points-wise when it comes to that final classification. Kimi, you're going to be on pole later on. Good feeling, I'm guessing, out there. Any difference in the kart, any difference in the way the track feels today, or do you feel identical?
I feel like the track was a bit more grippier, but nothing else.
And the pace that we've seen from you all weekend, it has been absolutely spectacular. Thinking of that final later on, clean sweep so far, a win on the cards, would you say?
It's always on the card, but we cannot predict before the final.
Well, Kimi, thank you very much indeed. Like we said, pole later on. We've got one more KZ2 Superheat left to go to try and determine who's going to be starting alongside Kimitani.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, as the recovery operation still underway. We're going to take a short break. We talk about this track and how fierce it is. I had the pleasure of going out on the track earlier on this week to showcase how physical it is. We'll leave you with that video as KZ2 Superheat P is coming up next. I'm guessing you want first impressions. I'm broken. Whew. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anthony Jordan, commentator for the FIA Karting European and World Championships. It's the practice days, and I'm going to be heading out once again in my faithful kart here, but at the fabulous Sarno circuit under the shadow of Mount Vesuvias. If I get it wrong, I end up in a volcano. So let's hope I don't get it wrong. Let's see you out on track. Well, there you can see the shadow of Mount Vesuvias. A beautiful location to go racing at this weekend. Sarno, what a track, what a place, and very fast indeed. Here's a lap of this amazing track over the start finish line. Very quick entry into turn one, very smooth on the throttle and the steering. Heavy braking turn two, late apex on this one. It's sort of a double apex really as you exit through. The drivers say you're absolutely flat out through here. Well, I'm certainly not going to do that. Exit out. Tricky spot here. Straight line it. Carry the speed. Smooth throttle application on the exit. Big braking turn into the hairpin. I'm a bit early there. Power out. Very physical this lap. Lots of grip. Lots of traction out here. But very bumpy and physical on a driver. This is the first turn. Terrible racing line, terrible throttle control. So I wouldn't pay attention to anything I just did there. Neither on this one, very early on the brakes. And around the turn. Into the final sector, whoa, big bump on the exit. Throwing you around as you go across the line. Woo! What a place. What a place. Thank you, Sarno. That track is difficult.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, was a demonstration of absolutely not what to do. Sorry, Anthony.
Thanks,
Stick to commentary.
Hey, do you know what? Great fun. This track, gotta say, love it. It is so demanding.
I'll give you something, though. You did highlight, actually, how challenging this track is, because it is very, very fast. It's very bumpy as well. Back with our KZ2s then for the second superheat of our day, and the heat that will determine who's going to start alongside Kimitani for that final later on. Currently, final intermediate classification, it is Tani on 340 points and Mateusz Magato on 290. There's Dion van Verven on your screen, the CPB Sodi kart, who of course was here in 2025. Didn't have the results then that he probably would have expected, but now here is a new opportunity, and he could be one of those names to line up on that front row. That's all important final race later on. He's starting this qualifying superheat then alongside Michael Adair of Biralat, who so far this weekend has taken 2 qualifying heat wins, 2 P3s and a P2, so staying inside of the top 3 consistently since time qualifying.
Yeah, indeed. Very strong results here for a lot of the drivers. Michael Adair there on your screen, also very good results, but yes, he is one to keep an eye on. Max Schleimer, pole position in time qualifying, hasn't had those starts. He's had the good results still. He's taken 2 wins. He's taken a second. He's taken a third. He did suffer a little bit with that 1/10th place, but he's always been just that little bit, well, not cautious off the line. It's just not worked for him off the line, has it?
Yeah, absolutely. So for Tanny then, so far, picture perfect weekend, but he's still got the rest of the field breathing down his neck. He's still got to think about Dion van Verven, Schleimer, Michael Adair as well. They are your 3 protagonists. Drivers getting themselves into life then, as we've got a problem out there. Got a stall in the pit lane.
Yeah, Zhang Jose's just got going again. He's stalled, which is why we're seeing... it's very noisy in the commentary box. There's about 18 carts underneath our feet right now, all just revving to wait to go out. They've now got going, and there you can see another stall there. Christian Patillo there just getting underway, and yes, he's got going now, so that is good to see. Right then, KZ2 Superheat B. Here's your grid then. Dion van Verven's got a chance to start on the front row of the grid for the final. Can he do it as he starts alongside Michael Adair? Max Schleimer was on pole position for qualifying, but can he put it pole? No, is the answer, because, of course, Kimi Tani scored maximum points. Yaroslav Shevchelov starts alongside Sem Konopius and Eli Goldstein. Points leader coming into this weekend. What can he do in the course of this race? Alois Girardet and Jean Louis go from row number 4. They'll see Jay Owen and Antoine Brogier on row number 5. Tom Spagel and Nicola Rossini will round out the top 6 rows. Row 7 sees Jensen Graham and Nicholas Vine. They've got some work to do from the 7th row of the grid, but they'll also be joined by the very quick Marty Rittinen and Tommy van der Struss on row number 8.
Row number 9, it's Kalayan Vabitsyalev alongside Zhang Hujie, and then your 10th row, your top 20 drivers who are definitely in trouble of not qualifying. It's Arthur Layuk, a driver that came into this weekend as a championship contender, and of course a big name out at Genk, is at risk of not being seen later on. He starts alongside Alvas Firmisvara. Your 11th row is Emili Koivisto of Finland alongside Mark Zvaric, who lost out since time qualifying. 12th row of things, we should have had Jaden Teen, but Jaden Teen unfortunately has been forced out of this weekend because of injury, so hopefully we'll be seeing Jaden Teen later on in the year at our World Championship in Le Mans. Best wishes to Jaden out there. Giuseppe Ambrosio is starting on that 12th row, however, and from row number 13 it's Samuel Lier alongside Andrea Pivano. 14th row, Morgan Knudsen with Christian Freya Barucci, and from 15, Maximiliano Tovagino sees Patrick Ogrodovchik. 16 rows in total, 32 drivers, exactly half of your field, half of your KZ2s, and it's Christian Patillo and Mattis Umer that round things out. As these drivers now start to find their grid spots, it gives us an opportunity to talk about some tyres. Dion van Verven, Michael Adair, Maximilian Schleimer, Shatavlov there, Sem Konopkes, Eli Goldstein, Alois Girardet, Jean Layet, Jay Owen and Anton Brogio. So every single driver on your top 5 rows has elected to go new tyre on that left-hand side. They have managed to save them for the all-important superheat.
Yeah, they certainly have. There's a fair few in the background as well. Row 8, Marty Rittinen, all on his own. There has gone for a brand new set, and then a handful of drivers at the back of the grid, Pidovano, Filobracci, Tovagino and Patillo, who have all gone for brand new tyres as well. But can report all of them on the left-hand side. So, again, no one going for that half and half, no right-hand side. It's all a very uniformative decision from the field here. Brand new tyres, left-hand side. No exceptions to that so far this weekend, which is good to see. Grid is now set. Red flag clears at the front of the grid. We're getting ready to go for the second superheat of the day for KZ2 and the final race to decide who starts where. It's lights out, fights on, but it's a stall off the line for Michael Adair. He's stationary there. He gets clipped by another one of the Birrells. And there's drama on the start finish straight for many. And that is not what you want to see at all. It's heavy damage to Michael Adair's kart. He's out of this race. And there's many more that have had a coming together. Look at the damage there to the back of that kart. There is, well, they've got to try and get it going again. Right, so who got involved in that one? I think there may have been a moment for Goldstein, but he's got going again. Jean-Louis, I think, had drama. It was Morgan Knudsen who hit him, and then Christian Filobracci, who was also caught out. Those three drivers are out, and I do hope they are okay. But we're seeing here drama on the start-finish straight as they try to clear the karts out of the way. But what an opening section there. And great work from the officials. Great work for the clerk of the course as well, I will say, on that one. Reza doing a brilliant job. Lifted the entirety of the back end of that kart. And I've got to say, KZ's are not high. And slow procedure is out. It's taken too long to clear the debris from that incident. And they have neutralised the race. So at this moment then, it is Dion van Verven who has taken the lead of this race. Max Schleimer has got himself up to second place. Alois Girardet is currently third from Sem Karopias. Jay Owen, Yaroslav Shevatalov, Antoine Brogio, Nicholas Vine, Nicola Rossini, and Tom Spagel. Martin Itten, and here is that race start again. So keep an eye on the right-hand side of your screen. Michael Adair on the front row, stalls off the line, cannot get away. Keep an eye on him there, because now he's going to get clipped just by another one of the cars. And that is so strong. It's an absolute separate incident there for the CRG. Not sure what had happened there, but that is significant damage to multiple karts at the start of that race.
Well, so Michael Adair does initially attempt to restart the kart as well. So gets initially off the line. The kart does go, then stalls, looks behind him. Everybody else, he gets it going again once more.
It was only the slightest clip.
But then it was the drivers in the background that just completely did not see him. I think it was actually one of the Birrells in the background that did end up clipping Adair. You know, the absolute panic probably for Adair to know that he's got around about 20 drivers coming up behind him. In towards the second corner, however, the race did continue and drivers did try and weave their way around each other. But for now, we are in this slow procedure. There, of course, is the exiting of Michael Adair's kart. That Birrell art will not go any further. And that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow for the Italian because, of course, he could have been looking at a front row start for your final later on. But Dion van Verven, I would say within this one, is probably quite happy knowing that one of his head-to-head competitors is out, but he has now still got to think about Max Schleimer. Yeah, Michael Adair no longer inside that top 10 in the points, so that's going to be a huge deficit for him. We'll say, obviously, where that kart's been clipped, that's the engine side as well. So it's not only just the rear bumper. He's got to think about that extra radiator that he was running that's taken some damage, and of course, the main engine block with the gearbox as well. He was looking down on it. You could see on that race replay, he was really fixated with his eyes on the engine. So not sure if there's been some extra force that has gone through things for Michael Adair, but that is going to be a bit, I would say, of a clean-up for the mechanic before that final later on. Right. This race. Stationary flags. We're getting ready here for a race restart for KZ2 Superheat B. Single file rolling start on this one for the class as they will round the final turn now. Of course, Dion van Verven will have to control the pace as the green flag waves. There's already been a change for second place there. Or Schleimer, well, he's just held on to it. I thought Alois Girardet was going to go full send there. And there you can see that Sem Karopias has got that move done. So Van Verven's broken away at the front end of it. Here is Max Schleimer. He's dealing with Sem Karopias, who's piling on that pressure. Girardet is down to fourth place now. He's got Jay Owen for company. And the rest of the field. Shevatalov's been the biggest loser in these top runners. He's only lost out in 2 places, but still, I can imagine he'll want to take those back. There's your points. Nowhere in the top 5, of course, now will be Michael Adair, but it is Van Verven still there second, from Schleimer third. Very close, but not close enough. Schleimer is in the biggest risk of losing out on the inside, the inside of row number 2 for the final. So for Birrell Art, Michael Adair is out. He has done, but they've still got 2 drivers inside of the top 5 that are looking to line themselves up very nicely indeed for that final. So one of those names is Sem Karopias there that makes this duo at the front fighting out for that race lead. Actually now a trio, and Joe Erwin is also probably looking on quite eagerly at this as well, but he is separated from your top 3 by the name of Alois Girardet there in that CRG. Max Schleimer now has got the legs here. He has gone purple. Watch them in towards turn number 5. Dion van Verven now goes defensive, parks it, hugs that white line and invites the rest of the fight just behind into things. It was a trio, now looks to be 5 as they edge closer and closer. Actually, make it 6, 7, maybe even 8, because Anton Brogio, the other Birrell Arts, looks to try and get involved as well, down towards turn number 9. Again, Dion van Verven being clever, not opening up the door. Out of the final sequence of bends these drivers will go. They clip that curb back up on the gears, back into sixth to set things up in towards that first and really challenging, incredibly grippy first corner. Schleimer now not close enough to have a go, but he's going to be taken. Sam Knopkes looked like he was going to go, but makes himself vulnerable. Now it did have Alain Jourdain momentarily get side by side, but everybody actually switches. J.O.
no round, and that is the Maranello of Shevatalov. He's out of the top group, and he does rejoin right in the middle of the pack there. That's a feisty way of doing it, but he's all the way down the order now. That's Michael Adair that he's got for company, all the way down in 28th place. So everyone now steps forward one. Schleimer, Knopius, Jourdain, Brogio, Vine and Irwin. Still Spajal there in the top 10 as Dion van Verven is under investigation. Your race leader is under the watchful eye of the officials. He will be heading to the stewards. What was that for? Was it for... actually, I'm not too sure. So they spotted something that they're not happy with. And your race leader at the moment might be in trouble. Down the inside goes the MP Motorsport machine. That's Tommy van der Straat on Martin Rittinen. That's her 11th place. That's a good gain there as they try to push forward in this race. So lap number 7 we are on, and still Van Verven leads, but here's Schleimer under pressure still from Knopius, who's not been able to get that cut down the inside just yet.
So Dion van Verven and Max Schleimer separated by 27 points. So Schleimer has still got a chance here of starting alongside Kimi Tanni for that final. It's not impossible, but if he does get past Dion van Verven, he's got to hold him up and he's got to feed him into the rest of the drivers behind, like Knopius, like Jourdain and Anton Brogio as well, because Dion van Verven has absolutely got to lose some points. Now heads under the start-finish gantry. We've got more drivers under investigation. However, this time it is Giuseppe Ambrosio down in P24 as this closes up once more for your top two at the front. The Tony Karts versus the CPB, the Birrell still looking on, the CRG still looking on as well. As Alain Jourdain has found something extra within his nerves, within his bravery. 4 wheels, there you can just see the varied lines then. Of course, these drivers not following directly in the triad tracks of each other, as this is the race start then. So good
is this
moment.
Why Dion van Verven's under investigation? It's the risk of a race restart. If you punch it too soon, you don't keep the pack bunched up, you could be considered being a jump starter on a restart, and that is why he is under investigation. And he's just seen that board as he goes under the gantry now. That is quite interesting.
Well, for Dion van Verven, all he has to do, all he can do within the rest of this one is fend off Schleimer, Knopius and Jourdain again. Jourdain still looking good here, Anthony, in that CRG, just edging closer and then falling off the back of Knopius there in P3. Of course, heat is rising for these drivers. You can't follow directly in the path of somebody for too long. You start to get too hot, too much stress gets put on those individual components on these KZ2 chassis and engines, and then it makes it really difficult work to try and get closer and to find that gap. Driver in 5th, Anton Brogio, still looking good here, still probably hoping that the 4 ahead are going to battle it out. Kimi Tanni, however, will be stood somewhere on the sidelines with a smile, knowing he's done absolutely all that he can, and it doesn't matter what anybody within this race does, he will be starting from pole.
Yeah, indeed. And this fight, though, still not over, because, well, Schleimer's pole position pace is starting to seep through once again. But so is the pace of the drivers behind, because they're all closing in once more. We've got a group of 5 now. Jourdain is there. Brogio is there as well, just in the background. He's wanting to get a piece of the action right now in that 314 Birrell machine. But as he pushes through, right now he's just going to have to wait his turn, see if he can pick up the pieces here. But everyone in a really strong position. But Van Verven, I think now is starting to get those nerves creep through, knowing that he's under investigation for 1, and the field is so close behind.
Yeah, but he doesn't look rattled here. Oh, into turn number 9. Big send down the inside by the Birel on Max Schleimer. Can't get it, though. Can't get it up on the gears to try and pull it off, and has actually made himself now more vulnerable to the CIG of Alo Girardet. Pulls out then on the entrance towards that first corner to try and defend things and try and defend off, and does exactly just that. Schleimer has lost a couple of kart lengths now to Dion van Verven. He has just not managed to find that opening, to find that opportunity to get things through. Penultimate lap of this race, penultimate lap of the second and final KZ2 qualifying superheat that we will see this weekend, where we will see a number of drivers not get into those finals later on. Drivers like Patrick Ogrodovchik, Kalayan Babitsyalev, Emilio Koivisto, Christian Patillo, probably Massimo Tobagino as well.
Wow, they're starting to scrap amongst themselves here, and not on Van Verven, as off the road there is Christian Patillo, unfortunately. He gets rejoined, but not the optimal racing line there out of turn number 5. But they are starting to fight here, though, for position. Schleimer was backing them up here. Knopius and Girardet continuing to try and get those overtakes done, but they've spread out now. No dramas into turn 2 here for them, but it has allowed now Roggio, Vine, Spagel to close in now and join this battle.
Well, somebody has dropped it off the road at turn number 1 in that run to that second corner. Big cloud of dust kicked up into the faces of the drivers behind. Final half a lap left to go. Dion van Verven has now broken away as Max Schleimer now desperately tries to fend off Knopkes, Girardet, Broggio, other names starting to get involved. Nicholas Vine, as that's going to be a problem for one of the Birrells. Big problem indeed for a new name that will tumble down to the back. Is it potentially Giuseppe Ambrosio?
No, it's Marty
that was the driver before. Marty Rittinen did such a great job after time qualifying, but Dion van Verven takes the second qualifying heats win ahead of Max Schleimer, ahead of the Birrellard of Sem Knopkes. Ellie Goldstein. Ellie Goldstein, your Genk winner, your driver that is looking at maybe a potential championship win, is going to have to fight even harder in that final later on. We will see him, but we're going to see him at the back. Goldstein, final couple of moments, DNFs, as we've got to also highlight maybe a problem for Dion van Verven, who is under investigation.
Indeed, this result is provisional with a capital P for the moment, but Dion van Verven is looking at a potential pole position, front row start, for that final. He has got the points he needed. Does he have enough points in the bag, though, to deal with a potential penalty that is going his way? We'll have to wait and see on this one, but a long wait, I'm sure, for Dion van Verven. Max Schleimer finishes second ahead of Sem Knopius in a great display of racing action. They finish ahead of Alois Girardet and Antoine Broggio. Nicholas Vine and Tom Spagel, they take the top 7 positions from J. Owen and Jensen Graham. All of these drivers gaining places, with Tommy van der Struis rounding out the top 10 with a 6th place gain. Nicola Rossini will take 11th from Mark Zaric. Arteliuk will finish in 13th place ahead of Alvar Timotsvara and Andrea Pirovano, who was one of the biggest movers in that race. 11 places gained. Same with Zaric's 10 places gained, and Ogrodovchik's 11 places gained. Samuel Luye finishing in 16th place, 9 places for him. Shavatalov having that drama earlier on. He dropped to 17th out of Jean Luye. Patrick Ogrodovchik, as mentioned, 11 places gained, finishes inside the top 20 in 19th place out of Kaloyan Babitsaliev in 20th. Emilio Koivisto, 21st from Maximo Tobagino, Christian Patillo and Mathis Almer, who rounds out the 24 finishers in that race. And there you can see drama for the rest there. Zhang Jose sitting on his cart waiting for the recovery from one driver for the La Motorsport team to the other. A stark difference between the two drivers here this weekend. The rest of the retirements, Ellie Goldstein, unfortunately, big run for him. Marty Rittinen and many more. Here's your race start. Keep an eye on Michael Adair, right hand side of the screen. Stalls off the line, collected by one of the Birrells in the background. I think it was Christian Fioraci who caught him out, and then of course he then tumbled into the other side. Knudsen was there, of course. He was involved in the other one of the Birrells. 3 Birrells out before turn 1. That will not sit well with the team, I'm sure, and a very dramatic run for them over the course of that race. There it is again, another angle. You could just see the slight impact that happened. It was only very slight, but it was enough to throw them into the oncoming traffic on the other side of the road, and very lucky there, actually, for many of the drivers. The race, of course, at the beginning of that one, that continued for the first 3 quarters of that opening lap before then the slow procedure came out. The drivers pushed to safety and the carts dragged unceremoniously off the circuit. The restart put Dion van Verven under investigation for a possible jump start. Did he bolt too soon? Did he back the pack up enough there? We'll have to wait and see. Those official results will be out on the FIA Karting website. You can check that out at www.fiakarting.com. You see all the official results there to check up on your favourite driver. The rest of the action here, Goldstein, well, had a great start to the race. Well, he dropped back a little bit, pushed forward, pushed back into the fray, to later retire from the race on the last lap. Unfortunately, the Belgian who came into this weekend, points leader, suffering a little bit in the races there. Sheratalov off the road. He was able to keep it going. He's very lucky there, actually, to keep that one going. You could just see how he's caught up in that little bit of a Birrell sandwich there as everyone tried to push through, and a very dramatic moment. A lot of dust, a lot of debris on the engine. Manages to rejoin, though, but all the way down in below the top 20. Then the drivers continued on their fight. The top runners started to close in. Schleimer, Kropius, Girardet, Brogio, Vine, Spagel, Owen, they were all up there fighting at that sharp end with the drivers trying to gain those positions. There was the early overtakes there for Tommy van der Struis, his 6th place gain, pushing him forward. Patillo there off the road. The Italian not having the best getaway. There was the retirement for Goldstein, and there was the non-celebration over the line for Van Verven. Yes, okay, it may have only been a superheat for him, but he's under investigation. Is that front row start for the final at risk? We will have to wait and see. Let's head down to Parc Fermé once again and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, we know that Kimi Tani is going to be on pole, but maybe that P2 spot is still a bit undecided. Dion, for you, another heat win out there, a super heat win. Under investigation, however, for you, any idea of what you might have done, and do you think it's a fair judgment?
Honestly, I was leading the whole race, so I didn't know that I did do something wrong. Maybe a jump start, but for me it wasn't anything special, so...
And throughout the entire race, you were under some pressure by Max Schleimer. Of course, for that P2 spot, it was out of you and Max to try and take it. For the time being, you've provisionally got that one. But your thoughts about the Tony Kart being behind you, how much pressure did you feel?
A lot of pressure, but I knew with the packs I got from Sodi and Cedric, I could keep him behind.
And a question for you then, Dion. In that one, a lot of new tyres being deployed. You, Max Schleimer, did that decision. Much difference when you're driving around? Can you feel it on the grip, or is it too hot to tell?
Yesterday the track was much slower than today, and as well with the new tyres, we improved a lot in lap time, so we will see in the final.
Dion, thank you very much. We're going to see you in that final. Indeed, that is Dion van Verven. One more superheat left to go. Of course, it is our premier class that we're going to see now. Over to the KZs.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. KZ Superheat is the next one, as you mentioned, to head out onto the circuit. Still 27 degrees out there, and lots to report on this one. Some tyres used yesterday. Pretty much everyone else today has deployed brand new tyres in this race. Of course, Spagel used his yesterday. Jean Nomblot, he used his yesterday. Orlov used his, and so did Tom Luye. So they are on slightly older tyres. For the rest of the field now, a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side, all wanting to push forward and to take those spots away. But we'll have to wait and see, of course. The biggest story, though, Gustafsson on pole position for this one, as Nicole Sutherland blocks the shot there. Thank you very much. As she makes her way back to the commentary box. Gustafsson on pole position. Emilian Denner, who was pole for the qualifying heats, struck out with that penalty in the first race. This is what's put him on the outside of row number 1. with that 8th place that he had. But then he came back 2 race wins that were on track and on paper, of course, for Emilian Denner. So curious to see how we can do. Gustafsson has been a consistent force there in 2nd place, but we'll have to wait and see how this race progresses, because now he's got the inside line towards turn 1. But it is all about that start, of course. If you can get that start off the line, you're in a good spot indeed. Daniel Albanese, of course, as well. Great running for him. But that last race yesterday, 11th place for him. So has put him back a little bit, but he's in his first race, his 2nd and 3rd. So still a strong performance over the course of the day. Engines fire up then for the final superheat before the finals later on today, which will see the Academy Trophy, the KZ2 and the KZ class, of course. But who will be starting where for that final? Because at the moment, Gustafsson and Denner, it's only 8 points that separate them in the intermediate classification as they started from the front row of the grid. Danilo Albanese and Lorenzo Travazanuto, they go from row number 2 with Mateusz Boegel, who used his tyres yesterday, of course, starts it alongside Daniel Vasillo, who's going to have the brand new set on his left-hand side. Jean Nomblo and Tom Louier, they both use their tyres, so they start from row number 4. They'll have to deal with the likes of Giuseppe Palombo, who did suffer a DNF yesterday, but joins him alongside Lorenzo Camplese, giving it an all-Italian at row number 5.
Row number 6 then, the driver that took the win here in 2025 in your KZ2 class. It's Maxim Orlov alongside Stan Pex. Drivers on that row, it's only Stan Pex that's gone new on board that left-hand side. 7th row, it's your 2020 European champion of Marin Kremers. No tyres on board for Kremers on that left, and the same could be said for Alessio Pacini. 8th row, it's Marcos Kayak, then new for Marcus on that left-hand side, exactly the same as Alex Marigliano. 9th row, Enzola Cruz and Adrian Lero, new tyres for both of those drivers. Row number 10, it's Pedro Hiltbrand. The driver took the win here in that final in 2025. Has to start all the way from P19, and he will be alongside Mattis Troigiani. We will be seeing a certain Tony car in the form of Matteo Vigano then for this superheat. Of course, missed out on 2 yesterday, so good to see Vigano back in the mix. The driver from Italy rounding out your 21 car to KZ field.
Indeed, but he was very slow out of the pit lane. He is still out there, but going very slowly. No. I think he's just saying hello there as Pedro Hiltbrand is waving to someone. And there we go. I think he's all good. Smile and wave.
Smile and wave, boys.
Smile and wave. But I've got to say, for Pedro Hiltbrand, what a weekend it's been for him.
Yeah.
It's just not the results he would have wanted. 2 DNFs and a 15th place. That is not what the Spaniard was expecting.
Yeah, no, I think coming to a circuit as well that is so familiar and has been such a success story for Birola over the years.
Yeah.
They've had so many wins here with drivers like Batuka, like Freddie Slater, Pedro last year, of course, took that final win. They know the track. They're comfortable at the track. It's one of their strong spots. But for Pedro, it's just absolutely unravelled time and time again so far, not just this weekend, but out at Genk as well. You know, he had that DNF in the final, but he's got 2 more opportunities here to maybe put it back into life. Final couple of drivers then just to find their grid spots. We're still waiting for the Spaniard of Hiltbrand, for Mateusz Troigiani and for Matteo Vigano as well.
I blame his dance moves, really. They've not done him justice here. Right, here we go. Back of the grid is set up. Vigano there, I think, is pulled up on the wrong side of the grid. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. But he is at the back of the grid, it's the main thing. Right then, here we go. Towards the lights, we will see those lights get started. 3 lights, 4 lights. It's lights out and fights on. It's a good start for both the front row, but Emilian Denner gets the better getaway from the outside line and sweeps into the race lead. Gustafsson has to settle for P2, and look at the gap that they've already opened up. You can see there Albanese is held on to 3rd place, but he's got Lorenzo Travazanuto for company all over. That rear bumper, Spagel, Daniel Vasillo, they've had a somewhat getaway as they head through into the back straight for the first time. There has been drama in the background. Someone going onto the grass. It looks like that was possibly the CL Racing Team render driver of Marin Kremers, who had disaster there into turn 3. But the rest of the field is all good. And yes, Vigano under investigation for a start procedure infringement. He was on the wrong side of the grid.
Yeah, Vigano under investigation, but I don't think he's even really going around with any pace. I can see him, I think, at the back going in towards turn number 5. I would predict a retirement very shortly. So Kremers was that driver that we saw tailing around very slowly as Big Sen down the inside, turn number 1. Albanese under some pressure. Albanese now taken by Spagel. Great Sanders again is vulnerable by not just 2, maybe even 3 drivers. Giuseppe Palomba starting to get into the fight. Lorenzo Camplese, Tom Lier right there as well. Lier now finds his way past. Denner almost half a second clear from Gustafsson, but is not out of the works yet as that's another retirement out there. That's going to be
Enzo La Cruz.
Enzo La Cruz then pulling in as Vigano is still going around out there for now. But expect a couple of retirements as there is Kremers also pulling in.
Yeah, indeed. That is not great at all. Denner still leads the way from Gustafsson, Spagel, Nomblo, Travasanuto and Luye. Palomba from Albanese, who dropped down all the way to 8th place. And that is all because he clipped that curb out of that final turn. Big look to the inside there for Stan Pex. That's going to put him in a bit of bother here because Max Orlov's going to be all over the case there when he looks down the inside. But I think Pex managed to hold on to that one. The biggest loser in that one was Alex Marigliano, unfortunately. He just tumbled down the order with karts moving down the inside. It's released there. The likes of Daniel Albanese. He's managed to push his way forward as Pedro Hiltbrand has finally come alive here this weekend. Fastest lap of the race.
So, a bit of a different tactic for the CPB Sport Camp compared to some of the other teams. Spagel, Jean Nomblo, Maxim Orlov have not got new tyres for this superheat. They've already used them. That was completed for them yesterday. So how long can those 3 drivers hold on for? And the same could be said now from Tom Lier, who's under some increasing pressure by your home hero, by your driver on some home Sarno soil of Giuseppe Palomba, who just looked to try and take it, try and have a go at Lier, but has to sit there and settle back down in P7. Denner still continuing to extend things, still continuing to look at that pole position for that final later on. 220 points on the board for Denner to make it 3 wins and, of course, a further down result of, I think, a P10 yesterday after he had that start penalty.
Indeed. So these drivers here pushing forward. Daniel Albanese out of this final turn. Just clipped that curb there. That's what I was talking about. And that just couldn't get the power down through the rear axle. And that just allowed the whole train to get through here. Once one's going to go, the rest all have a go as well. And that's what's dropped him down to 8th place now in a deficit of 5 positions. Still here, though, loving this little scrap for position to the inside. Thought about it, did Palomba on Tom Lier. Not close enough this time.
Yeah, I think he's also being quite careful as well, just to not follow directly in the tail of Tom Lier. Doesn't want to risk ending up in some hot water going directly into the back of that OTK again. Denner lights things up, helped by that fresher LeConte tyre, helped by that clean air ahead of him. He will be probably the driver benefiting the most out of some fresher air cooling things down. Big Sen down the inside. This time is the other Maranello out there of Daniel Vasile getting past Stan Pex, who is a championship contender, but within this race is not a contender for a win. Has struggled slightly so far this weekend on that Pex branded KR as the other KR of Albanese, absolutely wide as you like there through turn 8.
Indeed, and all these drivers just putting in that extra bit of attention over this lap, just see what they can do. Here we go down the inside. Orlov now going to go for the move here, not close enough on Albanese. Now he's under risk from Camplese. Can he push down the inside? Very late on the brakes is the other one of the Maranellos there of Daniel Vasile. This time not managed to get his nose down the inside. But again, these half attempts, you don't want to see them. You need the full attempt here from the drivers, and at this moment we're just not seeing that here from the KZ grid. They're just being a bit cautious. Now we're seeing the full attempts. Orlov down the inside. And now Daniel Albanese is going to lose out to everyone here. Camplase's through. Daniel Vasile's gone through. Now here's Stan Pex. Marcus Kayak's under pressure from the 21 machine of Alessio Pacini, who sends it down the inside. Malero's there as well. Remember, Malero, who is also in that championship fight finding himself not in a great position here as the Spaniard. Still wheel-to-wheel action here as they go absolutely tooth and nail. Adio Valero trying to get his nose down the inside. It's just not going to work out.
17 points currently split up the drivers in your top 3 of your KZ Championship. It's Danilo Albanese from PEX, from Adrian Malero there in that CRG. So this weekend, with the work put in by Danilo Albanese, he has claimed that top spot. So it's all about execution from here. He does not necessarily need to win this superheat and all that final later on to take that crown home for the second time in career. But for now, he needs to settle back down, find that rhythm once more, and try and look more so at Daniel Vasile and Lorenzo Camplese, who have now on your screen switched for that position as, that was Tom Loyer and Giuseppe Palomba. So identical in that Maranello and Tony Kart setup. Fight could be on here then, Anthony. Gustafsson and Spagel. Now Gustafsson under a bit of threat is trying to shake off that CPB, which quite crucially has not actually gone new tyre within this race, but it's not put Spagel off, the driver who of course was your champion in 2025. Not looking likely for Spagel to try and match that this year, but is still looking to chase down on the CRG of Gustafsson, who could maybe be looking at some more points later on. Denner clear and away from the field. Not too much for Denner to think about for the time being, and he's not really thinking about anything other than those 9 corners, because again, he goes fastest.
Indeed, this is good to see from Denner, really pushing away from these 2 behind. He's certainly looking to be the favourite here to start on that pole position spot, but right now throwing it into that final turn. This is full commitment from these 2 here, despite the physicality of this circuit, really showcasing what they've got. As been some more dramas there for Albanese. He's tumbled down to 13th place here now, and there Marcus Kayaks just lost out to Hiltbrand and Malero. So the 2 Spanish working together here now to try and push through the field. They both up high in the points, but both trying to work through this field. Denner again, another fastest lap of the race. Showing off now at this point is the German driver, and pushing forward and putting in the 55 that he needs out there.
Yeah, so Matheus Spagel, it doesn't really matter what he does with Victor Gustafsson. He can't do too much points-wise, but Gustafsson can't afford to necessarily lose out when it comes to that bigger picture. It's still looking very likely, despite what unfolds between these 2 drivers, the CRG and the Sodi on your screen, that Gustafsson will be starting alongside Denner in that final, unless Spagel does decide to turn it into a scrap and get in his teammate Jean Nomblot and Giuseppe Palomba for some backup. Couple more laps left to go then. Still Gustafsson holding off the number 1 then, the European number 1, of course. Bumpy track for these drivers. Turn number 3 is ticked off, which really sets up the run then down that 205 metre back straight that sets up that 5th corner, that major braking zone where opportunities do open up for these drivers. But Matheus Spagel is not within that lunging distance. He cannot get a send in. No, indeed. So this fight then looking like it's going to go all the way to the checker flag here, as Tom Loyer on that rear bumper of Travis Zanuto also yet to find a way past. They're pushing as hard as they can at this point, but again, no real pressure on their shoulders. Any attempt from Loyer, I'm sure Orlov will be all over the case, but at the moment he is just happy to sit there and wait to pick up the pieces. Lap number 11, we're on of 12 here. Nicole, time very quickly running out for the field. Denner, though, in a really great position, 2.4 seconds clear from these 2 here, Gustafsson and Spagel. Well, 3 drivers there on your screen who are all European champions at some point in career in their own right, whether or not it's KZ2 or KZ. We just had Travis Zanuto, Loyer and Orlov trying to decide who's going to take that P6 and who's going to climb up for some more points, because currently Lorenzo Travis Zanuto is trying to hold on to that P5 when it comes to the final. Denner, as it stands, will be starting alongside Victor Gustafsson. You'll then have an all-CPB line up on row number 2, with then the Parolin and the Maranello on that 3rd row. Penultimate lap is completed. Last lap board is out and is seen once more by Emilian Denner. Giuseppe Palomba still going on that tighter entrance towards that first corner, still going on the attack to Jean Nomblot. Loyer there fighting out with Orlov. Orlov looking strong and looking comfortable, but it's a bumpy circuit. It's hot out there for these drivers. Orlov has got to pull off something high risk, high reward here to get past the Tony Karts. Giuseppe Palomba now fastest driver out there, but maybe it's a little bit too late for the Maranello as this final lap, only half of it remains. Emilian Denner looking strong. Denner 220 points to his name. Anthony Jordan, it looks like we are going to have that IPK on pole.
It certainly looks like that. Emilian Denner has done enough here with his results. Despite that jump start penalty he suffered earlier on the weekend, he's going to take pole position for the final in KZ. It's Emilian Denner here in Sarno that is going to see a pole position and still potentially see maybe a title. It's so close still in the points. We just have to wait and see. Gustafsson finishes P2 from Spagel. Nomblo in 4th from Giuseppe Palomba. Lorenzo Travasanuto from Tom Luye. Maxim Orlov from Daniel Vasile. Lorenzo Camplese 10th in the standings. A great result and the biggest mover for himself. The young man from Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand, started P19, finishes 13th. A strong result there, and I'm sure he will be very happy with that result. There, your top 3. Smiles all around for the drivers as they head to their final later on today, with Emilian Denner looking at a pole position start alongside Victor Gustafsson and Matteo Spagel. Starting on that second row with Jean Nomblo. There's your 4 results. Top 10, we've gone over 11th place downwards. Sees Alessio Pacini on a 3-place gain ahead of Stan Pex, who finishes that race in P12. Pedro Hiltbrand finishes that race in his best results. 13th place this weekend ahead of Daniel Albanese. Marcus Kayak from Alex Maragliano. Adrian Malero finishing at 17th on Matteo Vagano. Matis Tonajani finishing in 19th place with Mine Kremers and Enzo La Cruz out of that race. And of course Vagano under investigation, and there we can see as well Marcus Kayak also under investigation in that race. Well, job done for the moment then. For that man there, Emilian Denner, is looking at pole position for the final, and we certainly look forward to seeing what he can achieve out there. He's been nailing those race starts, which has been the most vital part of it, and all of them here looking absolutely superb. Denner, of course, great speed, great commitment this weekend, and this is the highlights from it. You can see him again here, even off the line, very committed there. Gets the jump on Gustafsson, snapped the legs off the line there, and you can see on this inside line, you can see, look how rapid it got off the line there for the Formula K SRP factory team machine. And here now, just delivering the very strong results into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Daniel Albanese, strong getaway. No real drama for him at the beginning of that race. That drama came to the middle and to the end of that race as Albanese unfortunately tumbled to 14th place at the start of that one. There was the unfortunate spin for Mine Kremers. He had that off at turn number 3. That was joined by, I believe, Enzo La Cruz that did rejoin, but both of those did retire at that point onwards. Albanese, this moment here, that slight clip of the curb is all it needed to tumble him down the order. First there you can see Spagel going through, Jean Nomblo would go through, Palomba, Travasanuto, Luye, and then later Orlov as well. It would just not go his way for Daniel Albanese, and that was a very tough race for him. But at the moment, Albanese still looking at an inside top 10 start for that final. He's 9th in the points with 139. Orlov will round out the top 10. This is all provisional, of course, 134 points as well. Very close indeed. There was Marcus Kayak, who was under investigation in that race, and he'll be heading to the stewards after this one. As over the line, Emilian Denner looking at pole position. A very strong end to the morning. Very strong start to finals day for Emilian Denner. Well, that's all the racing action done for the moment. We're going to head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, you just said it there, Anthony. Strong indeed for Emilian Denner all weekend long, and now it's a pole position for the final. Emilian, ever since qualifying, you know, you've been on top form. That superheat for you when you were driving around in your own air, you know, nobody can catch you. Package, would you say, has really put that into play this weekend?
Yeah, I think we are really strong. Our package is really strong. I just focused on making the best that I could so I could get away in the first position, and then I just do my job, try to put the qualifying lap after qualifying lap, and that worked out.
Well, we don't want to give too much away because we're going to speak to you on the grid walk later on, so Emilian, thank you very much. Done and dusted then for our super heats. It's our 3 finals left to go later on, where we will determine 2 European champions, 1 in KZ2, 1 in KZ, and then a final winner for our Academy Juniors. Anthony, back up to you to hear about the times of those.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, those finals will be starting on track at 1 o'clock, but the driver's presentation will be starting at 12:10. We do invite everyone to join us for that. There'll be a nice display. I think I heard a rumour there's some horses going to be kicking around on the track. Hopefully they keep their breakfast inside them. Right then, those finals coming up very soon from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We will see you for those finals. Do not go anywhere. For the Monocar.com FIA Karting European Championships. Welcome, one and all, to the south of Italy, and just outside the majestic city of Naples lies the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, that this weekend will play host to the European finale. It is the European title up for grabs in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. The sun is high in the sky, the air temperature at 30 degrees, but the action on track is only just about to heat up under the shadow of Mount Vesuvias here in the south of Italy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland are ready to take you through the next 3 races that will see the crowning of 2 European champions in the KZ and KZ2 classes, and we will see who will head to the final round of a Turbo Italy for the Academy Trophy Junior class in later on this year. But here the track itself, the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, opened in 1993, event record set earlier on this weekend in time qualifying by Emilian Denner with a 55.844. No one has gone close to that time just as of yet. But the track itself, though, a fierce venue to go racing on. It's 1,670 metres total track length. It's 180 metres down the start-finish straight, 205 metres down the back straight in towards turn 5. It's around 97 metres wide, 1 metre of elevation change. It is a flat circuit to go racing on here. There are many turns out there as well, but we don't count them all, otherwise there'd be around 20 or 30 turns out there. It's only 9 that we look at, 6 to the right, 3 to the left, and 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns is very challenging and demanding on a driver, but most of them are overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 2, 5, 7 and 9. We have seen them in towards turns 1, 3 as well, as much as every part of the track as well, even into turn 5. But top speeds, drivers will be reaching that into 2 separate races, into turn 1 and down into turn 5. A top speed of around 150 kilometres an hour, as they'll average around 105 around the entirety of the 1.6 kilometre long circuit. As we mentioned, it is the finals coming up. As they get themselves ready, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box.
Well, what a weekend so far here then, Anthony, here in Sarno for the final round of the European Championship then. This circuit itself, of course, is a regular stop in the world of international karting, one of the favourites for KZ and KZ2 drivers. Opened its doors in 1993. It was, of course, created by Giuseppe Sorrentino and has been run by the Sorrentino family ever since. 1999 was when the circuit hosted its first major international competition, and year upon year has invited back the FIA to really display to us how you conquer a track like this. Over the years then, the circuit itself has seen many a change, with its most recent being put into play in 2024, where that S-bend that leads you onto the start-finish straight was introduced. If you've been watching the world of international sport this weekend, the likes of Formula 1 over there at Silverstone, or maybe the World Cup, maybe I would turn your attention now absolutely to the entertainment you're about to be shown in the Italian sunshine, because we are about to give you 2 brand new European champions, the best of best in Europe across the 2 premier classes in international karting. Last year, 2025 in Germany at Mulsanne at your final round, we of course crowned the likes of Matthias Bigel in KZ and Max Orlov in KZ2. Here we then have one of the shows that you will be giving to you in our build-up to these finals. Horses provided then to the Anthony Ranch. Drivers then will be shortly joining us on the circuit, but we will, of course, be watching on this display very shortly. Here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, we have been looked after time and time again here in 2025, now back in 2026. Like we said. And this is going to be a very interesting day indeed. We've already seen over the course of this weekend many changes in your championship standings, with, for the time being, Kimi Tani and Danilo Albanese being the main 2 contenders in their individual classes to take those crowns in just a couple of hours' time. But of course, we're not just here with our KZ classes, we're also here with our academies. Our academy juniors are with us this weekend for their second, but not their final round. We will have them on a 3rd occasion later on when we head over to Viterbo, just a couple of hours away here from Napoli. Crowds then starting to gain around the perimeter of this circuit. This has been a very hot weekend indeed, as now we can see the track display for the driver's presentation. Anthony Jordan will, of course, very shortly be down there on the track, introducing you to our drivers across these classes. Then our biggest display will be with our KZ2s and our Academy Juniors. Our Academy Juniors now very shortly joining to the circuit. Of course, this weekend we've seen lots of qualifying heats, 24 in total, as well as those 3 super heats that we had earlier on today, with your super heats winners in KZ2, including Max Schleimer, Kimi Tanny and then Max Schleimer. We did momentarily have Dion van Verven involved, and then across the KZs we had some spectacular displays by Emilian Denner too. Anthony Jordan then is now down there on the circuit to introduce you to your finalists.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Atmosphere down here with the members of the media, the live band, the crowd in the grandstand, and the drivers making their way to the front here for the drivers' parade. Always a very special moment, and I've got to say, the Italians sure know how to throw a party, and that is exactly what they are doing here. The academies, as you can see, approaching first. A great job for them over the course of this weekend. They've grown some great speed, but it has been Hong Kong that it's led the way with John Han. They'll be the last drivers to walk out onto the track for the Academy Trophy, but a great work for them over the weekend. Of course, all the drivers here in the Academy Trophy have been represented by their local ASNs. They've been selected to represent their nations here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and they have done a superb job throughout it as they all make their way through in their uniformed suits for the rest of the field. Then, of course, not only that, but then the gearbox classes, the KZ2s and the KZs, and here again as they make their way down onto the grid, a great showing for them, and Abdelayuka at the front of that train, the pole sitter from Genk. He is one of the drivers in that title fight, but a lot of work to be done here because it's been dominated by the likes of Kimi Tanny, who has done a brilliant job over the course of it and has delivered some great results as well. So we do wish them all the very best of luck as the Birrell camp coming through, the Lone MP and the CPB Sport team as well, joined by their Ellie Goldstein coming through in his TB kart suit. Of course, came into this weekend at the points lead and found himself now in a little bit of trouble in those qualifying heats, but now we'll have to see what he can do. And then the final grid, of course, the KZ, the Premier class here, heading out onto the circuit, and these drivers have all done an absolutely superb job this weekend. But the title fight is very much still alive here for the drivers. They've had, well, quite a busy old weekend of racing in the temperatures here, 30 degrees. But very demanding still for all of them over the 3 classes. This 1.6 kilometre circuit has been proven to be quite the challenge for the field as they get themselves sorted out and ready for this one. But of course, with the top 3 drivers still making their way over to the track, we'll welcome them onto the grid as well, because these guys have done a brilliant job. But they're going to take a little bit of time. They're still quite a way down from the actual main grid itself. But these 3 drivers in all 3 of the classes have done an exemplary job. John Han, Noah Grenier and Domenico Coco in the Academy top 3. Of course, Italy being represented in this top 3 here in Sarno could see an Italian leading the championship standings as they head to Viterbo in Italy. Well, here as well, the top 3 in the Academy Trophy Junior, John Han, Noah Grenier and Domenico Coco. Superb work for these 3 drivers as they make their way down to the grid. The KZ2s, of course, Kimi Tanny. What a weekend he's had. Perfect score. Maximilian Schleimer and Matthias Morgato finding themselves 1, 2, 3 in the KZ2. And the KZs, Emilian Denner, Victor Gustafsson and Matteo Spergel finding themselves 1, 2, 3 in the KZ category. The Premier class here this weekend in Sarno. Fantastic work from them, and really looking forward to seeing what these 3 drivers can do. Well, a great effort from them all here this weekend, and all these drivers, as you can see, primed and ready to go. I can imagine It's very hot out there. As always, when we come to these race weekends, we always like to represent the nations with their national anthem, and that's no different here as we get ready to present the national anthem. If you are able to do so at the track, please do stand for the national anthem of Italy to be sung by Martina Itto.
Le porga la chioma che scava di Roma, il Dio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia sedesta dell'elmo di Scipio che cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria? Le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, e Dio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
Well, there you have it, a beautiful show of patriotism here in Italy. The beautifully sung national anthem there of Italy by Martina Itto here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. And as you can see there, the heat haze, the drivers somewhat baking in the sun a little bit out there as the medal ceremony gets underway here. And at that same time, all the way from my ranch, Anthony's ranch, are the fabulous display of a question here as the horses on the infield there give us a nice national show with the flags of Italy, the FIA and the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. And always a good sight. When I did hear we were going to get some horsing around out there on circuit, I was hoping it was going to be on the grass and not on the tarmac, but great to see on that one. There you can see giving out these some of the medals, the founder and owner of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Giuseppe Sorrentino. He is there to present the medals to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy junior drivers who have all had to fight their way into this very final. Rosario Sorrentino as well, circuit manager here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. He'll be out there on the podium to give the winners' trophies. He's also out there now presenting the medals to the KZ2s as well. And Matteo Cauda, manager of MondoKart.com, the title sponsor of the FIA Karting Championships, is doing a great work over the many years. He's out there providing the medals to the KZ grid. And as you can see, for all of these drivers, pressure is high as, there we go, everyone just struggling to get those medals over those caps there. Great work from these drivers here this weekend. You know, the temperatures have been super hot. The racing action has been pretty fierce as well. And all of these drivers have earned their spot here in this final. Of course, for all these grids, only the 36 can get through to it. And the back of the grid here for the Academy Junior, Oscar Hennock and Maya Ruska just getting into that one. There is Matteo Cauda, manager of MondoKart.com. Out there to give the medals to the drivers, and everyone here has done a superb job to get themselves on that grid spot. Of course, for the KZ, they have all made it to that final. Only a 21 kart grid for them in this final, but still a great showing nonetheless for them. Loving the look of this, the horses here. Great to see it there out on track. Of course, the driver's not really enjoying that show. They're facing the wrong way to enjoy the show here, but always good to see. I've only ridden a horse once in my life, and it didn't go too well, but great effort from them. But this is all very well, and the medals happening down there on the circuit as we speak. In a moment, we'll be heading down to Nicole Sutherland, who will, of course, be chatting away with some of our members of the FIA and the circuit here as the show continues to go through out there. A great display there of control, and I would rather go out in a cart than head out on a horse, but these showing some great skill and talent out there. There is your top three from the Academy Trophy: John Han, Noah Grenier and Domenico Coco, and a really strong chance of there being an Italian at the top of the standings here. And there you can see the fabulous array of the history of the circuit here. So many different circuit variations around this track. When it first opened back in 1993, it was only a very small circuit that sees this very original turn one here, and that was one of the first major corners on the circuit. It's extended since then to well over 1,600 metres. It's become one of the most fastest and formidable karting circuits on the calendar in 2026. And Sarno certainly does have a special place in all of our hearts in the world of karting through the high, hot temperatures and the physicality of the circuit. Sarno is certainly one of those that you certainly want to visit in your racing career. It's hosted many a driver from back in the day. Current and former F1 drivers have raced here. Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Max Verstappen have raced here in the past, and many, many more, of course, in previous years gone by. And all of these drivers here now have a chance to emulate that run for them. But great work, nonetheless, for the fields here this weekend. And all of these drivers ready now for one final display, as great work there from the horses from Anthony's Ranch here, local to the Sarno circuit. Great display of talent and skill there. Off the circuit on the grass, we're about to witness now many horses on the circuit with the drivers in Academy KZ2 and KZ. But great work from them. Big round of applause to the guys and girls there at Anthony's Ranch with the horses. And from the display of horsepower off the track, we see that display of horsepower on the circuit very soon, with all three classes making their way out onto the circuit. It will be the Academy Trophy, the first head out onto the track. They are due to start at 1 o'clock. The carts will be already making their way into the pre-grid as we speak now. The gate open to the entrance, and they will be making their way to that spot very soon. And then, of course, we'll be going straight into that race and the grid walk with Nicole Sutherland in a few moments' time. But, of course, before then, we'll be chatting to one or two people. There you can see the KZ2 grid just going through, and a lot of sunglasses there. It's very, very warm, I will say. We are 31 degrees out there. There is a bit of a breeze to help out the drivers, but certainly a very challenging day as, look at this, lovely display still happening on the circuit. But all these drivers here now ready to go racing, and can only imagine how warm it is out there on that track. And the temperature from the circuit, of course, probably in and around 50 or 60 degrees is, my goodness, I could, I say I would not stand there. That is quite brave for the people down there on the circuit. It's a great display for the drivers here. The lovely horse is out there. I unfortunately don't know the names of the horses on this one. It would be good. But not only they have them in a large form there, but also the ponies that will be joining here on the circuit. Great work for them out there, and a nice display for the drivers, but I'm sure they're fully focused on wanting to get the racing underway here. And for these drivers here, just a long wait for them at this moment right now. In terms of championship standings at the moment in the Academy Trophy, while we do watch the show there on the track, it is John Han that leads the way at the moment, 92 points to his name. Zoltan Coigny with 75. But it's Domenico Coco here with 60 points that could certainly put in some work and effort on this one. Could certainly find himself fighting for a championship lead at the end of this one, but I'm sure Han and Coigny will make that very difficult. The same as Noah Grenier, who starts on that front row of the grid. Very close in the KZ2 and the KZ Championship, of course, as well. Tani now leads the way in the points going into the final, and the Albanese leading the way in the KZ drivers. How on earth do you make a horse do that? I could never even imagine the challenges that is. There we go. The horse has got class here, and there we go. Brilliant show for them. But, you can see what it means to both horse and owner. I know many people who own a horse back in the UK, but not for me, unfortunately. I'll take a motorbike any day. Far more control on one of them, I think, than on a horse. But a great display nonetheless, and a great show of power here with the horse display in Sarno. And all these drivers, and while we see this, I can hear the horsepower's revving in the background, the KZ karts firing into life as they test everything to get them going, and of course the academy karts that will be heading out on the circuit as well. But a very dramatic display there, majestic as well, with a beautiful display. But all these drivers here, I'm sure, just watching on with enjoyment there on the track. KZ2 Championship, of course, very close as we were talking about that. If Tani finishes first in that final, it's impossible for anyone else to take that title away. If he finishes second, it's possible for Morgato. He would have to finish P1. He would have to win if Tani would finish second. Third, it could bring in a couple of drivers. It could bring in, of course, Morgato. If he finished second, he could still take it. Schleimer could do it, but he would need to win. Well, there we go. Drivers making their way back to the shade of the paddock. Their driver's presentation is done and dusted. But we'll cut down to Nicole Sutherland, who is on the grid with Jesper Carlsen from the FIA.
Absolutely, and then Anthony, thank you very much. And we were on a pretty sweltering grid down here. It's getting very, very hot on the foot of Mount Vesuvias. Jesper, for you as FIA Karting Championship coordinator, the rounds we've seen this year across both the direct drive and the gearbox classes have been very impressive. Now we round out our European Championship for the KZs and the KZ2s. KZ2, we'll start with this category. Of course, this is a class which allows drivers to maybe get their first taste of what it's going to be like when they make progress into single-seaters. You introduce gears, you introduce those standing starts as well. For you, the class itself, can you sum things up?
Yeah, from the direct drive, these karts are so intense. They do so many gear changes per lap, and they're very busy in the karts. And if you look at the size of the circuits, they're small compared to the speeds of these karts. So, I mean, drivers that are getting into this, it's so intense, and you need to get up to quite high-level car racing before the intensity gets as close as that.
And the championship itself this year, 2 rounds. We, of course, had our first out at Genk. Now we're here at our second and final here in Sarno. It's a bit of a sprint championship for our drivers this year. Everything is going to literally come to these last races in both KZ and KZ2. So for you as championship coordinator, your thoughts on that and the thoughts on the decision to introduce that concept?
Well, I think it's great. Not just having one-off rounds and maybe 3 rounds down to 2. It's good because it's more affordable in one ways. But also you don't have just that one round where you have the champion after the first race. So now we're looking into a round here, and there is actually quite a difference in the performance of the drivers from the first race to this race. So it's all mixed up. So it's going to be pretty exciting when we in the finals today see who's becoming the European champion. So I'm really excited about that.
And in KZ, this is a category where drivers maybe finish their careers in, maybe they come back to karting after being in cars. Maybe they just stop their careers there, but they continue to race in KZ. These are the premier drivers. These are the best of the best over the past 10, 15 years and wherever they have come from. For you, watching drivers like Pedro Hiltbrand, Lorenzo Trapacenuto, Stan Pex, who have won European Championships, World Championships, what's that like?
They are the best. So watch them race. You always know you're going to get a good experience out of it because they do late break-ins, they do great overtakes, and it's the pinnacle of drivers. They could have made it anywhere in car racing, but maybe they didn't have the funds, or maybe they just got tired, or maybe they just love karting. Karting is, a nice environment to be in, and you drive a lot. It's not like cars where you can drive now and then. Here you can drive nearly every day, and that's how the business works. So if you love your driving and you can keep the motivation going, karting is for sure the way to go.
Well, Jesper, thank you very much. And what we're now going to do is swap over Jesper Karlsson with none other than Mattia Calder, the manager of MondoKart.com, who, of course, year upon year sponsor the FIA European Karting Championships. Mattia, good to have you here. Good to have you home here in Italy. Year on year, MondoKart sponsor the championship. And for you, as the manager of things, why do you decide to keep coming back?
Yes, first of all, it's my pleasure to be here in a beautiful place. At home, because I'm Italian and my factory is in Italy, and it's my pleasure to be here and to help to growing up all the movement of the go-kart. Is a passion for us because we work with passion and to help and improve all the world of the go-karting in Italy and in the Europe and the world.
Mattia, this weekend in itself has been very, very busy. You're passionate about karting, you love the sport, and from what you've watched across the three classes, the names out there, the competition level, what have you actually thought of the racing itself?
The race is really, really high. The weather is really high, and for all the drivers, it's really difficult to be here. But for the passion and for the competition, everyone was here for win.
Well, Mattia, thank you very much, and thank you. See you later, indeed.
Bye.
That is, of course, Mattia Calder. And the third and final interview that we're going to have is from none other than from Rosario Sorrentino. Rosario, then son of Giuseppe Sorrentino, who created this track back in 1993. Of course, the track has seen many, many extensions ever since. It saw its first international race in 1999, so a couple of years after it opened its doors. Rosario's just going to join me now, and we're going to just sum up what he has thought so far of this weekend. Ciao, Rosario.
Ciao.
Of course, for you, family business, busy weekend, busy circuits as always. Can you sum up what you've watched this weekend?
Sì, la prima cosa è stato un weekend infuocato, molto caldo, però dai, la gara è ben riuscita, abbiamo fatto una bella presentazione. Voglio ringraziare sempre l'RGCM e la FIA per la collaborazione che ci danno, perché sono tanti anni che comunque ci scelgono e qualche merito l'abbiamo per questo. Vi ringrazio e buona gara a tutti, ci vediamo presto.
Rosario, thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Ci vediamo proprio.
So, 3 more races left to go. We have, of course, 2 European champions to crown. We're going to take a short break before we lead you into that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championship, live here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in southern Italy. We're not far away from seeing the finals get underway. 1 o'clock is that start time, but the drivers will be heading out onto the track for their grid slots very, very soon in the Academy Trophy. Of course, all of these drivers being representing their nations. They've been selected by their local ASNs to put them here on this grid, and so many different nations. Italy, of course, do have 2 entrants into the Academy Trophy, but only one of them making it into this final. That driver being Domenico Coco on that second row of the grid. He's not alone, of course. He is covered by a full array of drivers representing Hong Kong, Belgium, Paraguay. You've got Japan, the United Arab Emirates, Chile, Slovakia as well, Czechia also. So many different nations being represented here this weekend. Of course, all of these drivers from different nations. So effectively, 36 nations in this race, to be precise. But all the drivers looking to do one thing, and that is push forward. This will be the biggest race of the weekend for the Academy Juniors, the longest race as well, 15 laps ahead of these drivers. It's a 25-kilometre long race distance, so a big test of endurance here. There you can see some of the hard-working marshals. They've done absolutely superb here this weekend. We could not go racing without the fantastic volunteer work from the marshals, the medical crews, and the officials here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. They have done a brilliant job so far this weekend, and they've just got 3 more races to go before they can call it a job well done here in Sarno. We are going to take a short pause to listen to a few words here from the FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem. Unfortunately, couldn't be here this weekend with the British Grand Prix on at the same time, but here's a few words from him ahead of the finals.
Dear members, dear drivers, dear motorsport enthusiasts, this year marks the beginning of a new era for FIA Karting and the next phase of our FIA Global Karting Plan. This 2026 season is defined by ambition and growth, an expanded calendar, new championships, increased investment, and the introduction of new events around the world. We are also proud to welcome new countries in the FIA Academy Trophy, represented by drivers from around the whole world. Our sport is evolving, but our commitment remains constant. We are here to break down barriers and make karting more accessible than ever before. Karting is often the first step in a driver's journey, where they learn discipline, focus, and courage. It lies the foundation for not only success in motorsport, but success in life. Supporting the next generation of racing talent is at the heart of our plan. We are creating development pathways and opportunities that are truly global, opening doors for drivers across the world. I wish all the drivers, teams, volunteers, and officials the very best for the season ahead. I look forward to following your journeys. Thank you and good luck.
A great message there from the FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, who will be, I'm sure, enjoying the British Grand Prix here this weekend. But for us here, we're enjoying the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championships. And the first final is on its way out onto the track. The Academy Junior, the trophy, of course, will not crown a champion here in Sarno. We'll have to wait until we return to Italy, to the Leopard Circuit in Viterbo. That will play host to it, a proper classic circuit there as well. Tight and narrow, very twisty, that circuit, just about an hour and a half's drive north of Rome. So we look forward to that one later on in the season. There you can see the karts now making their way out onto the track. All these drivers here have made it into this final, have put themselves in a superb spot. All of them on the same equipment, of course, provided by the OTK family. The Esprit chassis being used, the race equipment from OMP as well. And all the drivers here doing a superb job to get those machines onto this grid. 36 kart field for this one. A busy old race, and it all starts with John Hann and Noah Grenier at the front of that grid. We'll have to wait and see if we'll see a switch of sides. I don't think we will. We did see it a few times yesterday with the switch of sides on the front of the race, but not seeing that too many times on this one. And all the drivers, I think, will be just holding firm in their positions. The field making their way out. As here's the actual class itself. The Academy Junior, this one aged 12 to 14 years of age. It's one of the stepping stones in the FIA Karting pyramid all the way to the top level. 48 drivers entered this weekend from 47 different nationalities. Only 36 have made it into this final. Means we did lose a fair few drivers coming into it. The karts themselves, the 125cc OKN-J engine, it outputs 26 brake horsepower. It's 145 kilos kart and driver included. And any gram underneath that. They are in a spot of bother when they come in after the session. The tyres, the Vega option tyres this weekend. No need for the Vega W6s. The one set for the entire week. That's what makes it a challenge for the drivers here. They have to look after these tyres, and with temperatures being in an excess of 30 degrees, the track temperature being even hotter, probably pushing around 60 degrees out there. It is certainly a big challenge for the drivers. There you can see the back of the grid just making their way out now onto the track. The grid nearly set here for the Academy Trophy, and very soon we'll be down there chatting with Nicole Sutherland. Before that, though, here's your starting grid for this final. John Hann of Hong Kong's had a brilliant weekend here, and he leads the championship at the moment. 92 points. He starts alongside Noah Grenier. Domenico Coco and Sebastian Galliano go from row number 2. All of these drivers are relatively up there in the points, but it's Domenico's now up to 3rd in the championship standings. Fares Haroun from the UAE. He's had really good pace this weekend. He's been pushing forward in the driver for the entrant of the UAE. Japan's Takeru Shambashi as well showed great speed in Belgium. He's doing the same here as well as he starts it on that 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 sees Augusto Salome and Branislav Renko on row number 4. They will see Jendrik Skulinov and Jendrik Svoboda on row number 5. Very quick pace from these two, but they've got to start it from inside the top 10. Row 6, Joaquin Galero found himself fighting at the front end of the field earlier on this weekend alongside Alexander Prizovic, both of them being front runners over the course of the day. But they now find themselves on the 6th row of the grid, and with a lot of work to do from there. Emil Tozaitis joins alongside Pitapongpang Satumnau of Thailand and Lithuania. Satumnau did find himself fighting also in P1 earlier on this weekend. Canada's Leo da Silva joins Spain's Roc Priniera. They go from row number 8, right in the middle of the pack, but not impossible for them this weekend. Row 9 sees America's Marco Sammet. He joins Finland's Max Sulin, who again has been a driver who has been fighting at that sharp end, but sees himself on the 9th row of the grid here. Greece and Switzerland go from row 10. George Sananikis and Zoltan Coigny. A lot of work to do from there, but Coigny, of course, coming into this weekend as points leader. He is still 2nd in the points, but starts it from the 10th row of the grid. Manuel Kalendi and Vito Koza go from row number 11. El Salvador and Croatia with a lot of work to do from there. They'll see Denmark and Moldova with William Nilsson and Matvei Kupny on row number 12. Alonso Gonzalez and João Paulo Bananaman go from row number 13. A lot of work to do from that 13th row, but again, you can't rule them out. Neither can you rule out row 14 of Germany and France. Stavros Ostos and Saad Doran go from there. They lock out the top 28 positions. They will see Kevin Pentel and Emiliano Bolaños on row number 15. Row 16, Lucas Ublais and Altav Ridwan go from row 16. They will see Cristobal Bonet and Caio Serra on row 17. The final row of the grid They just made it in. Australia and Slovakia, Oscar Henok and Mai Rakuja will join this grid of 36, but with a lot of work to do from there. Well, the grid set, the drivers not in their race gear just yet. Understandably, it's very warm out there. Here's your championship standings for the FIA Karting Trophy. John Hahn does lead the way, 92 points. Zoltan Coigny with 75. Domenico Coco, the Italian, really has a good shot here to take a final win and could lead it as they head to the final round also in Italy and for Turbo later on this season. Takuro Shimbashi of Japan sees himself with 56 points ahead of George Saladikis of Greece. Kevin Pentel of Sweden from Noah Grenier of Belgium. Brazil's João-Paulo Bananaman, they're 8th in the points from Lithuania's Zamil Jazaikis. And Argentina's Joaquin Galero finishing that one 10th in the points. 19 points to his name, but still with an outside chance. Let's head down to the grid then for the first time today and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, like you just said, down here for the first time today then, Anthony, first final, and you just called it, you just talked us through our class. It's your Academy Juniors. Front row then is John Hahn alongside Noah Grenier, both drivers that were inside of the top 10 out at Genk. It was in the P8 for Grenier. It was a top 3, of course, for John Hahn. And this weekend he has been on strong form. John, for you this weekend, everything has been going great. Staying nice and cool. Can I borrow this for a sec? Hang on. Thank you, thank you. Really hot out here for you drivers. This is going to be a challenge. Would you say more of a challenge than Genk?
Of course, physically it's very hot in the grid today. Yeah, in the afternoon, very challenging, I think, comparing to Genk.
And of course, for you drivers today, you've had no super heats. You had a warm-up this morning to make sure that the kart was in full swing, that everything was going as it should be. But for you, how do you stay in the zone knowing that you've got so many hours to wait until you go into this final?
Well, it's very weird that we don't have a super heat, but I'll take it normally.
Well, John, like we said, of course, it was a top 3 for you out at Genk. We'll see if you can take your first win of the year. Good luck for this one. That is John Hahn starting from that pole position. We've seen qualifying heat wins from here. We see, obviously, the pole earlier on this weekend from John. Can he try and push forward and continue with that? We'll have to find out. But he will be given a challenge from none other than Noah Grenier. Noah here. Noah, for you out at Genk, it was a P8 in the end. You know, you were top 10. It was looking strong. Now front row of things. But John Hahn is fast, right? How are you going to maybe try and go for an early move or try and get to the very top spot?
Yeah, I think I have the speed to go in the podium, and I will do everything to go in the podium.
And first couple of laps for you, of course, we're on old tyre. We don't get fresh tyre for the Academy Juniors. So you've not got to think about scrubbing that sheen off. You know, the machinery is already with you. Are you feeling confident with how you've got the kart set up?
Yeah, the chassis is very good, and my tyres is good, so I believe I can go in the podium.
Well, Noah, thank you very much. And like we said, Noah Grenier starting on that P2. Now we're going to catch up with a driver that is racing here on home soil, Domenico Coco, staying under the shade there, Domenico. Good stuff for you so far this weekend. Would you say being here in Italy has given you a bit of a boost in confidence?
Yes, in this track I am very confident, and I think I can do a very good race.
And of course, throughout these qualifying heats, between you and John Hahn, we've seen you battle, we've seen you lead moments of races. But how difficult is it in the Academy Juniors to get to the front and stay at the front?
Yes, it's very difficult, but yesterday I don't want to risk the race and think of the race, the final.
Well, Domenico, thank you very much indeed and good luck for this final. So drivers then have been given that 3 minutes board. Of course, so many could go for things. Could be John Hahn. He could maybe finally get to that final win. Could be Noah Grenier, or it could be any of the other 34 sat behind me, well, stood behind me for the time being. We're going to go back up into the commentary box in a moment's time, but I do want to just catch up with Faris Haroun if possible. Faris, good stuff from you so far this weekend. You've had moments at the front, but you've also had moments where the battles have been a challenge. We've watched you drop back at some points. In this final, one more opportunity. How are you going to go for things?
So, of course, we have a lot of really good drivers. It's like a really good competition. Yeah, obviously it's a long race. You can't win it from the first lap or the first corner. Just want to work with the fast guys, try to make some good, decent moves, and see how it goes.
And actually, for you, Faris, temperature-wise, coming from the UAE, maybe not too different from what you're used to at certain points. For you, the track itself in the heat like this, would you actually say you feel quite comfortable?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the heat, since in the UAE it's like above 40, sometimes 50. So I'm used to like the heat and managing the tires with the heat. So yeah, it's extra advantage for me, but let's see how it plays out.
Absolutely, Faris, thank you very much indeed. Of course, that is Faris Haroun starting from this third row alongside Karu Shimbashi, who we actually saw take a qualifying heat win in the late stages of yesterday, all the way from that mid-pack. He capitalised off of some crashes ahead and took his best results of the year so far. One last race for your Academy Juniors then here in Sarno, and it will be their finals. Anthony Jordan, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. The minutes board's going up. The 3-minute board out there for the field. That'll be to clear members of the media from that one. Of course, the mechanics will have to stick around for the time being. They'll need to get these karts fired up into life for them. And the clear the grid board does go up in the air now. So not far away from the grid. They're the fabulous OTK, the Vortex family here this weekend. They have been keeping the drivers up to scratch. Of course, the engines here are the Vortex engines on the Esprit chassis. The OTK group being an excellent addition to the Academy Trophy for many, many years since its inception back in 2010. Back there saw a young Charles Leclerc take the honours in that first season. For the Academy Juniors here, though, in 2026, it is a close fight between Hong Kong, Belgium, and Italy at the moment. And there, John Hahn from Hong Kong is ready to showcase what he can do in this final. But as he mentioned, it is very, very warm. And when you're just standing there with that race suit on, the helmet on, gloves and boots on, and not going anywhere, it is so hot.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've, of course, got that rib protector on as well. They've got their underlayers. There's Pasquale Lupoli then getting ready to get these drivers going. Of course, not your race director for your Academy Trophy drivers. That goes to Gonzalo Planta, as we also have Peter out there assisting both Pasquale and Gonzalo all weekend long. So race director, deputy race director for Peter Micah this weekend. Final moments for these drivers on the grid with the mechanic and to get themselves finally in that zone. John Hahn has been the star of the show so far this weekend. Has taken a pole in quali, has taken numerous qualifying heat wins, 3 in total. But every single heat win he actually took was a different style of race. We had, of course, one moment where he drove away from the field. We had a second qualifying heat where he was in the mix of things. He really had to push his way through. Then we had that third qualifying heat where he actually dropped back into the hands of the pack and had to pick off positions time and time again. What will this final bring the driver of Hong Kong? In just a moment's time, we were going to find out.
We certainly are indeed. Well, action heating up all in and around us at this moment. No pun intended, as you can imagine it's going to get quite noisy in a few moments' time with some helicopter action around the circuit. But let's see how this one will go as the engines fire up out on track. The drivers make their way off for their finals, as this is quite a surreal experience, I think, for us right now. You at home can't see what's happening. We can.
I can't believe it.
And I actually can't.
Do you remember the conversation we were having on the first day, Anthony?
Yeah, I know. What could possibly go wrong this weekend? We'll hold our tongues for the moment, unless the cameras show. We are going to continue racing for the moment. The Academy Juniors, though, ready to fight this one on, and action is going to be all around on this track. 1.6 kilometres, their longest race of the weekend here. Nicole, very demanding circuit, as this is going to be a big challenge, I think, for the field.
Yeah, this is going to be very fiery indeed for our drivers. Of course, they're second out of 3 races on the calendar. We will see their third and final outing for Turbo later on in the year, where we will, of course, head to just outside of Rome. Team of Race Control then, head of FIA Race Control, none other than Chris Lambret. Chris is your man sat there in the middle, and he is assisted on his right-hand side by Sam Fisher, and on his left there is none other than David Manchester. Formation lap for these drivers, not too much work that has got to be completed for them to get themselves up into temperature and into life. Of course, they actually want to do as little laps out there as possible to save some of that tyre and to save some of that energy as well. This is an incredibly demanding circuit. 1,670 metres in length, 9 to 10 metres in width. Well, of course, many bumpy parts of the track. That final S-bend, the newest part of the circuit, added in 2024, being one of the most challenging for our drivers. So the hands and the win currently go to John Hahn, potentially. Just if we're going off of what we've seen throughout the qualifying heats and with the fact that he is starting on that pole side. But the names around him will try and force him into a mistake, and they will try and get past as soon as the opportunity open up. John Hahn is going to absolutely have to look in his mirrors.
He certainly will do, and everyone just getting themselves ready for the start of this race. 15 laps here then in Sarno in the sunshine, 31 degrees. It's heating up very quickly here at the circuit as we get ready to go for the first final of the weekend. It's the FIA Karting Academy Trophy here in Sarno, and it's Hong Kong and Belgium on the front row of the grid. It's lights out and fights on towards turn one. It's a great start for Hahn on the inside line. He's absolutely fine. Domenico Coco's immediately got up into second place. The Italian is hungry here at his home circuit and looks to see what he can achieve at the end of this race. The whole field gets through turns 1 and 2 pretty cleanly here at the start, but there's a huge moment at the back of the grid, and over and out of the race is the entrant from Poland, I believe that is, or is that Indonesia? Altaf Ridwan, who's out of this one. No, I will confirm. No, it is Altaf Ridwan who's over, and unfortunately fire on the circuit there is probably going to be extinguished out, and slow procedure is out, so quite literally on and off the circuit. The flames are around here, and what a start to that race. And thankfully, Altaf Ridwan is okay. He's out of the kart. I can imagine a little bit of discomfort there as the adrenaline starts to close in, but slow procedure out for the first final of the day.
Yeah, up on his feet and walking around, so we can confirm that nothing too damaging has happened for that driver. We said it was going to be fiery, but we didn't quite want to mean that literally. So yellow flags are out. Slow procedure is in play for these drivers. They haven't even managed to complete 2 racing corners so far, but John Hahn has held on to that top spot for now. Domenico Coco has got himself into P2, with Faris Haroun getting up to P3 for the time being. That moment then for, of course, Altaf Ridwan, big and scary one, and I think maybe Alonso Gonzalez was involved in some of that as well, because he has dropped down by 10 positions. But for the time being, these drivers will just have to work to keep in control of things, keep in the zone, their minds staying sharp, thinking of the 9 corners that are ahead of them. They haven't got to work too hard on the tyre to keep it up into temperature, because we are now up to 31 degrees in air temperature. We haven't just yet got to the hottest part of the day, because that's supposed to join us at around about 2:30 to 3 o'clock. Of course, this weekend, we would have always expected it to get this hot. This is pretty much identical to what we saw last year in 2025 when we had our second round of the MondoKart.com FIA European Championship.
And there you can see what we're talking about.
We've been alluding to something throughout this race so far, and we've been alluding to a bit of drama, a bit of fire on the hills around us.
This is a surreal experience. Anthony, did you ever see yourself in your karting career to be commentating on an event in South Italy with wildfire on one side, helicopters flying over the circuit trying to put it out? No, is my answer to that. This is quite an experience.
Do you know what? Every time we seem to come away to work, Anthony, we have some kind of strange weather phenomenon.
Yeah. I think it's us. You know,
I wouldn't put it past us, honestly.
Honestly, we're here in a few months' time again. It'll be Mount Vesuvius
Do you
that
know
time.
what?
You know
I
what?
hope we don't go anywhere with a large body of water where a tsunami is going to come and get us, honestly.
Honestly, this season has been quite something. And, for all these drivers, they've just dealt with it perfectly over the course of this one.
I think we've got so many races this year where we're going to look back in a couple of years' time and say, do you remember when?
Do you remember 2026?
Do you remember when there was a flood here and a wildfire there? As this is that moment at the start then. So John Hahn,
you saw it in the background
good stuff for him at the front. But in the background, of course, that is the sort of moments for the drivers that you would expect coming together, but not the moment you would want to see for a driver. However, our dedicated and incredibly hard-working team of marshals out there instantly on the scene extinguished that one, and Out of Red One will now join those teams of marshals in the hut to just watch on the remaining laps of this race, which is still under slow procedure.
It certainly is, and we are waiting to see a restart here, and I think we are going to be getting one on this lap. I am seeing some static yellow flags out there, so after a very dramatic start to that race on and off the circuit, we wait to see what John Hahn can do on this one. Remember, these restarts are tricky. You don't want to bolt too soon.
Dion Van Verven did it.
Exactly that. You've got to keep the pack bunched up. You've got to wait until you're near that grid section. That's exactly what he's done this time around. We're going to be racing again. Green flags out for the Academy Trophy. And back in towards turn one, and already opportunistic moves in towards turn number one. One driver going very slowly there. I think that was Branislav Renka just losing out on one or two places. But he will keep his head high as he continues in this fight. John Hahn leads the way then as they exit through turn number 3 for the first time. Green flags fluttering there in the breeze as they enter onto the 205-metre back straight. It's John Hahn from Domenico Coco, Fares Haroun of the UAE from Noah Grenier. Here comes the Italian, not close enough this time.
Well, we've got Domenico Coco, of course, on home soil, confidence, and of course that moment, that ability to try and go for the move on John Hahn is going to be boosted by the thoughts of he could impress here in Italy for his country and set himself up very nicely indeed before we go to Viterbo later on this year. Domenico Coco, however, with that moment, with that half attempt on John Hahn, has actually now cost himself some time, and he is now backed up into Fares Haroun, Noah Grenier and Augusto Salome. Into the first corner they will go. Move on in the background at that first corner. Great stuff by drivers further back. That's Ginger Travoda now fighting his way through.
Yeah, indeed. That was for fifth place. Yeah, look how close this is. This is fantastic to see. These drivers all squeezing in nice and close. This is your top group here, but it's still Hahn that leads the way. He's got a couple of kart lengths clear gap here from Domenico Coco's got everyone on his rear bumper here now, and to put it into context, the timing can't rule out the gap between first and 35th, and that's the entirety of the grid. Down the inside there, a look there for Gariano, but not close enough for the overtake.
Well, a look and an overtake for Fares Haroun. Good stuff by Fares there. That was at turn number 5. Big braking down. Of course, really late and hard on the brakes for these drivers. And now Haroun up into P2. Not the first time we have seen him in that second spot, but of course has made a couple of mistakes, and maybe a bit of a mistake there for one of the drivers. That is Branislav Rekner now all over the back of Augusto Salome, who did take a qualifying heat win earlier on in this weekend. Defensive posture now being deployed by some drivers, and it's Zoltan Coigny, your round 1 winner from Genk, having to absolutely get his elbows out there. You could just see him exiting that second corner with this pack behind him. Coigny didn't have the heats he would have wanted. We did not expect to see Zoltan down there, but is now finding himself picking off some positions, now gets himself into P14.
Certainly is. There's your virtual championship standings as it stands, and John Hahn is looking at a really good position here, heading to Viterbo for that final round of the championship. And he is in a really good space right now. He is only 3/10 clear, though, from Fares Haroun, who's there now in second place. He is going to want to close that gap down, as we are now seeing investigation flags going out to drivers. And one of those drivers is Kevin Pentel, who is under investigation. Over the line we go here. Action happening thick and fast as Galliano has got the move done past Coigny. A look, an attempt there by Branislav Rentke to get that move done. Galera there, Salome there as well, all fighting for position.
Well, there was a statement of intent just a moment ago by Galliano, who got his way past Noah Coigny. So Coigny now being fed into the drivers behind. Here we go. Top two now is starting to get closer and closer. John Hahn has not actually bolted off. Faris Haroun, fastest driver out there. But of course, I think I can see a slight dent in that front nose cone. So potentially a bit eager, a bit keen on some of the drivers a moment ago. There you can visibly see the indentation. Doesn't necessarily mean that the nose cone has dropped. Of course, the brackets do pop in when these drivers get into contact with each other, then they get given those penalties. But just because it has formed in on that plastic doesn't necessarily mean that Faris Haroun has got that drop, but he definitely has had some spots of bother out there. Now they are glued together, and a boost there into that first corner for John Hahn by Faris Haroun. Don't count out the Italian now. Domenico Coco also glued together. These three drivers now nose to tail. Domenico Coco has to change that line on the exit of that second corner, as to not go into the back of Faris Haroun, as to give him some movement and some room out there. But this trio looking very fiery indeed, and I would say that the clock is going to tick on John Hahn. Here we go down the inside. Faris Haroun takes it, goes wide. However, is John Hahn going to take it back? No, he's not. He's going to sit in P2, and he's going to get even more vulnerable to not just Domenico Coco, but look who else is there. We've got Galliano and Noah Coigny as well.
Indeed. Faris Haroun, though, is going to be picking up a warning flag out there. Now, that doesn't come with anything. It's just a warning. But the officials are going to be keeping a close eye on that lead battle, I can imagine. Faris Haroun, then, that leads the way. New race leader here. As he started P5, and he's gained 4 places now to take the race lead away here. He was very quick in time qualifying. I mentioned that on the grid. You could not rule him out. However, the slipstream train starting to form here. John Hahn, Coco, and now Galliano is there, also with a chance to close in. Sebastian Galliano of Paraguay is trying to get involved in this fight. Can he do so? Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Still a long way to go. We're only lap 9 of 15 here. The action still very much on, as now Faris Haroun tries to break away from the leading group.
If what we are going off from what we saw at Genk, anything can happen within the Academy Trophies. This weekend alone, we've had so many different drivers lead these races. We've had Hahn, Haroun, Domenico Coco. Galliano has taken moments at that top spot, so don't count out any name. I would probably say within around about the top 6, maybe even the top 7. Out of that S-bend, these drivers will go once more. Faris Haroun still holding on to things for now. John Hahn not looking too impatient. He's looking very comfortable. Is he going to look to set something up in towards turn number 2? Is he going to edge close enough? Is he going to close in on the brakes? Not just yet, but hopping around on that grip now is Faris Haroun. Maybe on the entrance towards that corner. Didn't quite turn in that front end quite close enough. And again, they have closed in on each other. Domenico Coco also no back into contention, as Galliano is still sat where he started this race from. It's all about execution from here, and execution almost on a move for John Hahn. Tried it, but it wasn't enough, and there's a drama out
Zoltan
there.
Coigny, he's out of the race. He was a driver who was fighting up at the sharp end of the field, and now out of this one, and that is such a shame for him. Was fighting in and around that area, and unfortunately it's just not going to go his way. But going his way, Faris Haroun of the UAE, this is a great show for him. Now, Faris Haroun currently 5th in the points, is taking points away, of course, from John Hahn, putting him there in 2nd place. It's lowering his score, and it's bringing everyone else in nice and close. But it's not over yet. Domenico Coco continues to pile on that pressure. This is the determination of a young Italian fiery man who is trying to get that job done. He is trying to stand on the podium, but not only that, but on the top step of it here in this home country.
And I think for Domenico Coco, being at home adds something extra into it. It adds that momentum, it adds that confidence, but also those nerves to impress the drivers around and impress the crowds that now form this circuit. Currently, as it stands, our top 3, we're looking at 2 brand new drivers to join us on the podium, because, of course, Zoltan Coigny will not be one of those. Here we go. Here's the attempt. Here's the move. John Hahn back to the front. Fantastic stuff for the driver of Hong Kong, as that's another name that will now not join the rest to see that checkered later on. Alexander Prizovic, a driver that was on pole earlier on in the weekend, now was cut short. John Hahn under some absolute threat there by Coco.
And he's broken his nose cone. He's broken his nose cone, has Domenico Coco. It's hooked in on the front wheel after that contact. You can see it there, it was slightly bent in. It's got released again now, but there was a lot of smoke that kicked off that front tyre, and that's lost him a lot of time there. And that is a huge moment. So John Hahn now leads the way in this race. Coco's still there in second, but it's Fares Haroun who's going to pile on that pressure and the remainder of this race. There's not long left in it as they make their way into the final sector, but John Hahn once again, compare it to his race that he saw earlier on this weekend with that one where he dropped down to fourth. He had the mistakes on the circuit, but he came back. We're seeing that again here now in the final. We absolutely are. And John Hahn, if he can stay in that top spot, if he can hold on to those 1.7 seconds that he has now joined himself with, we would be looking at a clean sweep for John Hahn. Coco, Fares Haroun and Galliano, they are the drivers trying to determine who will stand on the podium, who will take those last two spots. As it currently is, we have got Domenico Coco still in that P2 with Fares Haroun now in third position, as Galliano is not going to give up. And there you can see by the body language of Galliano trying to tuck things under that slight bit of wind that exists out for these drivers. Maybe not too much of a performance-enhancing thing for Galliano, but it's a mental game for these drivers. This is the longest race we've seen from them so far this weekend, and this will be far more of a challenge compared to what we had at Genk. This is one of the toughest circuits we have in international calendar, as that was a move down towards turn number 9. As this was that attempt there, this was that almost moment that could have caused John Hahn to lose everything. Yeah, indeed, and you can just see the smoke and the front nose just folding in there. Right then, this field here nearing the end of this race, and it's still all kicking off there. Is the fight for Noah Grenier. This is 5th place. Galliano's just ahead. Fares Haroun just ahead of him there as well. This is the fight for 3rd place. You can see how John Hahn's been released. Domenico Coco still there in 2nd. He's definitely looking at a podium here. And all these drivers in a really good position right now. Rakusa under investigation, though, in this race for potentially causing a position. There is a collision. Oh, my goodness me. That's Sotos Airlines. That's, Lufthansa Airlines, I'd say. That is not good at all. He's hit that sort of bump that has the cables in. That's way off the circuit, I would say. No idea how he's even got there. Last lap board is out here in this one. And these drivers are pushing to the bitter end. But it's this fight here for 3rd place that is kicking off the most. Very late on the brakes there was Galliano. He's trying to get on that podium right now, but he's just not close enough. Fares Haroun is going to try and hold this for the rest of this 1,600 metres laps as they make their way round onto the back straight for the first time. John Hahn is clear at the front and is looking at the points lead at the end of this round, going into the final round. Look to the inside. Galliano is going for 3rd. He's tried it, but it's not close enough. He hasn't got the exit. Now Noah Grenier is going to sneak past one of them. He's not going to get past Fares Haroun. He's going to hold on to that one. There just behind now is Jendrik Troboda. He's going to try and get onto the podium. But into the final corner, into the final sector, John Hahn of Hong Kong's going to look at it, but there's contact in the background. Out are the drivers. Hahn's going to take 3rd. Celebrations in Italy. Coco takes 2nd. Who's 3rd? It's Jendrik Troboda. Takes 3rd place. Over the line. Disaster for Fares Haroun and Noah Grenier. They collide in the fight for 3rd place and are out of this final. It promotes Jendrik Troboda. It promotes Czechia to the podium. But it's John Hahn who takes the honours here. It's Hong Kong who stands proud on the top step of the podium here in Italy. And he will head to Viterbo for that final round as the points leader. But it's Kevin Pentel, the biggest mover. But look what it means to the young man. A great, great result. A great performance over the course of this one. And here in Italy, a huge, huge fight to the very end there. But John Hahn will take the honours from Domenico Coco of Italy. Stands on the podium here for the first time in 2026 in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. A very superb podium there for him. And Jindra Traboda, who will take third place. He had a chance. We mentioned that. 7 places gained. I said, watch out for that young man starting on the 5th row of the grid. And he managed to do it. What a drive there. Sebastian Galliano then will finish in P4 ahead of Pirapong Satumno. Augusto Salome from João Cangalero. Kevin Pentel from Leo da Silva. Roc Priniera from Brana Savrenka. Max Sulen from João Paulo Bonodaman, finishing in 13th place on a 13-place gain. Kevin Pentel, of course, with 21 places gained there to finish in P8. That's a superb drive. Then you have the rest of them. Skulinov from Koza, Nilsson from Coigny, Hennock from Samet, Saladikis from Rakusa, Chimbashi finishing that one in 22nd place from Bolaños, Kalendi from Duran, Serra from Ublais, Bonet from Yalzaitis rounds out the 29 finishes. Harun, Grenier, Pricevic, Sotos, Coigny, Gonzalez and Ridwan, all big names there who are fighting at the front of the field, out of the race. But there, who started on pole position for this one after a superb round in those qualifying heats. It's Hong Kong who stands P1 here in the form of John Hahn. Great results then for the field as the cleanup operation gets underway, and there a driver battered and bruised in the form of Zoltan Coigny, and a cart battered and bruised in the form of Altaf Ridwan's machine that flipped and caught fire, unfortunately, in that race, and thankfully was okay, but testament to the marshals out there, and the cart just on its roof in that race, and certainly made it very dramatic start to that race. For the rest of the field there, a big showing for them. Multiple investigation flags are out, and they will, of course, go to the stewards. Here's your points at the end of that one. John Hahn now heading to Viterbo with 142 points, but it's Domenico Coco second in the points with 104. Has got a real chance of taking the honours when we head to Viterbo later on this year. Zoltan Coigny third from Kevin Pentel. Takaru Shimbashi from George Saladikis, Sebastian Galliano and Noah Grenier. Jindra Traboda with that podium steps up to 9th, and João Paulo Bonodaman rounds out the top 10 with 43 points. Well, the Academy Trophy done and dusted here at the circuit. Here's your highlights from that race, and well, the highlights started from turn 2. Everyone managed to get it through turns 1 cleanly. As I was saying, it had been a good start for everyone. Drama striking, Altaf Ridwan up and over, unfortunately, at the back of the grid. Just caught out, and you'll see it there. He was on the outside line. A very unfortunate moment. Thankfully, he was okay. Kart, however, not okay. And a quick reaction from the marshals put that situation to a close. But the driver from Indonesia, thankfully, okay. Slow boards came out and we went for a race restart. Few drivers taking an opportunistic overtake at the very beginning of that. But the main pack able to break away, and it was John Hahn who, at the start of that one, did a relatively decent job holding off the field. He then lost out to the entrant from the UAE, Fares Harun, who found himself at that sharp end, but not for the entirety of the race, unfortunately. He found himself, unfortunately, retiring from that one. But still, the racing went on, and we saw close fighting throughout. This was in the background with the battle still raging on. This was Noah Grenier trying to push through. It was Grenier, of course, who was caught out in that incident, but not finding himself taking the checkered flag. Other dramatic moments again. It's all seemingly happening down at turn number 5. That was how Fares Harun managed to keep hold of that lead. John Hahn trying to carry the speed around, not able to do so, and finding himself finishing just that little further down. Han, though, able to retaliate as Zoltan Coigny found himself out of the race, going no further, which was a big shame for him. There was the robust move from John Han to put him up in the order. There was Domenico Coco as well, able to squeeze through. There is them there on the weighbridge. They'll get weighed up, and it's all good, and it's cleared away for Hong Kong and John Han. Brilliant results for himself, and he can head to Viterbo being the points leader. But of course, another Italian circuit could mean Domenico Coco could do something about that. We have to wait and see, though. It's a long old wait for that one, as across the line, John Han would take the honours here in Sarno, southern Italy, crowned a final winner in 2026. He goes to that final round. Points leader, clear by just under 40 championship points. Well, all the action from the Academy Trophy is done and dusted, but it's not over yet. 2 more finals to go. We will take a short break, and after that, we'll be chatting to some of our drivers at the end of that one, and we'll be down at the podium. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
Well then, what a race for our first final of the day. Our Academy Junior drivers, an absolute run to the line for every single one of our field, with Jindřich Travoda then being the last driver to manage a podium. Jindřich, fantastic stuff for you, but of course it was last moment for you. When you saw that chaos unfold out of the final couple of corners, what were you thinking?
It was really hard. We started position 10
but we have speed, we have luck, so I'm certain I'm happy.
And of course, we still have one remaining race left to go, one last round left to go. In Italy, once more, confidence level, knowing that you've already achieved a podium. You think you can do that again when we go over to Viterbo?
We'll see. We need to train, gain the speed, and of course get luck. And if we have it, we can win again.
Jindřich, congratulations, P3 today, and I'm going to swap you over then with Domenico Coco. Domenico, if you just swap over there with Jindřich, great stuff for you this weekend, great stuff, of course, on home soil here in Sarno. You don't come from too far from here to achieve what you've just done. How does that feel?
Yes, it was a very good race and very strong from John and the other guys. But it was a good race.
And we saw you fight right until the end. We saw you try lap after lap to get to the back of John Hahn. Was there any stage where you maybe realised that it wasn't going to be enough, or did you push right until the flag?
In one moment, I think I go out, and but I am very happy for the result. And for me, it's very good, this position, also for the championship.
Domenico, congratulations, like we said, podium for you, your first podium of the year. And now we're going to swap you over here with John Hahn. John, firstly, congratulations. This weekend, right from qualifying, a clean sweep. Pole in quali, 3 qualifying heat wins, and now a final win, as well as, of course, a P2 at Genk. And now you're our championship leader.
Wow, what a weekend for us. Yeah, just on it for like everyone, every heat, for the qualifying, yeah.
And John, for you, one more race left to go later on in the year over at Viterbo. Of course, championship leader. Are you thinking that you're quite confident at the end of things you're going to have this in the bag?
For sure, it's going to be a bit easier for me because I have like 2 very good results in the double races. Yeah.
John, like we said, winner today, 2nd podium of the year. Congratulations. And now Anthony Jordan is, of course, going to introduce these drivers onto those 3 steps.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we are ready for the podium presentations then for the first final of the weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy junior class here, held at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in southern Italy. What a final that was. Action from the word go and to the very end. But we do have our top 3 on the podium. And it starts with 3rd position, representing Czechia in the Academy Trophy in the 516 machine. It's Jindřich Roboda. Superb work for Jindřich, who takes a stand on the 3rd place spot on the podium. Great work for him over the course of this one. We'd now like to welcome, finishing in 2nd position in his home circuit, representing Italy in the 524, it's Domenico Coco. And finally, please welcome your final winner here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Italy, representing Hong Kong, it's John Hahn. Well, a superb end to the racing here, and as always, we will now listen to the national anthem of Hong Kong. Well, a great end to the racing here for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Would now like to welcome onto the podium the circuit manager here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Rosario Sorrentino, to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third position, Jindřich Svoboda. For Jindřich, a superb result there, just getting onto the podium after that last corner, last lap drama. The second place trophy heading to Domenico Coco. For Domenico, now steps up into the points in the championships and could be a title winner at the end of the season. But the title fight leader and the final winner here, the first place trophy heading to John Hahn. Well, excellent results then for the drivers, and we'll get them to wear the rosettes as well. Yes, we'll provide those to the drivers. Nice big smiles for the photographers as well. And what we'll do is we'd like to invite all of the drivers onto the top step of the podium, of course, avoiding those bottles if we can. Nice big smiles then for all the members of the media, and then we'll get one big group photo then if we can try and squeeze you all on the top step. So Jindřich, if you want to get up there, and Domenico, yeah, if you want to try and squeeze up to the top step. I know there's a lot of bottles in the way, so do be careful there. And yes, Rosario, do join them as well. But a great end to the racing here. And a fabulous end. Yep, just squeeze up mine that bottle there. Good stuff for the drivers here in the sunshine. 32 degrees now, the temperature here in Italy, with 2 more finals to go before we end the round here in Sarno for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Well, job done and dusted for now then for the drivers, but one final task for them to complete, and that is the bottles of champagne. So drivers, are you ready? Are you steady? Wait for it, John. Wait for it. Wait for it, John. Don't go too far just yet. Come on back. Come on back. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Champagne! Well, John's gone. He's gone to find someone to spray, and Domenico Coco and Jindřich Svoboda will celebrate here. Oh, it's a late attack there for John Hahn. Sneak attack on the podium. Great effort for the Academy Trophy, but they've got one more round to go when they'll head to Viterbo in Italy to decide who will take that title fight. For now, though, 2 more finals to go as KZ2 is coming up next.
Three podiums confirmed then. John Hahn, Domenico Coco and Jindřich Svoboda. Hong Kong, Italy and Czechia then taking those achievements. But if you thought that was entertaining, wait until you see the next 2 finals heading into now the KZ2 final, their last one of 2026, and a race that is going to determine who is going to add their name to the history books, because we're about to crown another European champion. Last year, in 2025, the honours went to none other than Max Orlov. 2024, it was Spagel with Slater coming before there in 2023, and other names previous to that, including Tom Lier, Polini, Gustafsson and Emil Sakaraz as well. But now, here is an opportunity, not just for the drivers, but for the teams also, because of course, this could be an opportunity for the Saudi kart team CPB Sport to take their 3rd consecutive FIA KZ2 European Championship win. Of course, Spagel and Orlov, and now they have an absolutely fantastic chance, but this time in the name of Mateusz Magato. And of course, history is not just going to be broken in the form of one of those achievements, but also in the case that we're going to have new countries potentially take championship wins. But for now, before we head into that, we are going to take a short break.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. We've still got a bit of a wait until the KZ2s make their way out onto the circuit for their final. While we do wait for that one, Nicole Sutherland, you're a racer. I used to dabble in it, and I'm not one anymore. But I had the pleasure of going out onto the circuit. What did you think of a lap?
No comment.
No comment. Let me know what you think of it. Here it is, coming up next.
I'm guessing you want first impressions. I'm broken. Whew. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anthony Jordan, commentator for the FIA Karting European and World Championships. It's the practice days, and I'm going to be heading out once again in my faithful kart here, but at the fabulous Sarno circuit under the shadow of Mount Vesuvias. If I get it wrong, I end up in a volcano, so let's hope I don't get it wrong. Let's see you out on track. Well, there you can see the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. A beautiful location to go racing at this weekend. Sarno. What a track, what a place. And very fast indeed. Here's a lap of this amazing track over the start-finish line. Very quick entry into turn one, very smooth on the throttle and the steering. Heavy braking, turn two. Late apex on this one, it's sort of a double apex really. As you exit through, the drivers say you're absolutely flat out through here. Well, I'm certainly not going to do that. Exit out, tricky spot here. Straight line it, carry the speed, smooth throttle application on the exit. Big braking zone into the hairpin. I'm a bit early there. Power out, very physical this lap. Lots of grip, lots of traction out here. But very bumpy and physical on a driver. This is the first turn. Terrible racing line, terrible throttle control. So I wouldn't pay attention to anything I just did there. Neither on this one, very early on the brakes. And around the turn. Into the final sector, whoa, big bump on the exit. Throwing you around as you go across the line. Woo! What a place. What a place. Thank you, Sarno. That track is difficult.
So again, I'll let you have first impressions earlier on, Nicole, and you absolutely destroyed me. Could you try again, but a bit nicer this time?
Try harder next time.
That's as nice as we're going to get, I think. Right then, KZ2, the final. It's coming up. The 18 laps, 30-kilometre race distance here for the field as they make their way out onto the circuit. This is going to be an almighty little fight on this one, but it all falls down to Kimi Tani, who has been absolutely superb over the course of this weekend. Has won every single qualifying heat and the superheat. No other driver has done that so far this season.
Absolutely hasn't. And now he is the leader of your points when it comes to your virtual championship, has overtaken Mateusz Magato, who overtook Eli Goldstein earlier on in the weekend. So points-wise, for the time being, it's Tani from Magato, with Schleimer still sat there in P3. Your entire top three then separated by only 6 points, and your top 5 separated there by 30 points. Your other two drivers inside of your top 5, Goldstein is still there, Arthur Leuk is still in the fight as well. But this is going to be a run to the line then, and it's actually not technically impossible for any driver inside of your top 6.
Indeed. Nicole, before you head down, do you want to have a quick... Okay, so
context.
Context. Earlier on this year, me and Nicole Sutherland, it was shown on the FIA Karting Instagram page, we made predictions of who we thought was going to be European champion in KZ2 and in KZ. Nicole, you've got mine, I've got yours, and I can see your KZ2. So you give me your you give me my KZ2. What is it?
So your KZ2 prediction, Anthony Jordan, was Robert Kindervetter to be your European champion.
Yours was Jaden Teen. Unfortunately, rib injury has taken Teen out of this one. Robert Kindervetter is in this, and he is not in the points fight. So he can still do it, but it's a very outside chance to be able to do it. So we were wrong. So first attempt at us. We'll let you know what our KZ1 was later on. But for now, Nicole Sutherland's going to head down to the grid. She's going to be in amongst the drivers chatting away. Right, here is the KZ2 class. Drivers aged, of course, 14 years plus. Entries into this weekend. 64 drivers, 24 different nationalities. That has whittled down to now just the 36 in this race. And, of course, we've had to say goodbye to a fair few of them. The KZ2, though, the power unit, the 125cc 6-speed 2-stroke engine, it outputs 50 brake horsepower. It's, of course, a slightly more closed class within the regulations that the FIA sets out. Minimum weight is 175. That is driver included. Any gram underneath that, and you are in a spot of bother. But for everyone else, it is just a case of getting them to the end. The tyres, the LeConte LOH tyres being used for this one. No need for the wet tyres this weekend. As we've gone racing, not a cloud in the sky. That's not been the same story, though, overnight. 1.5 sets they've needed over the course of the qualifying heats and super heats. But it's a brand new set for the final, as they're all on the same tyres now going into this race, with the air temperature now still at 32 degrees. Very warm, very hot conditions. But the racing action is certainly about to heat up. The grid for this class then is set, and it will be Kimi Tani on the front row of this grid. If he wins this race, it's impossible for anyone else to take it. Maximilian Schleimer there, well, he would need Kimi Tani to finish third and he would have to win to be crowned a European champion at the end of this one. Morgato's in a very similar story. Tani finishes second. Morgato has to win. He starts alongside Yenis Savico alongside, who himself is in an outside chance of taking this title as well. Row number 3, we'll see Maddox Skrivan and Sem Knopkes. They go from that third row. They've got a lot of points needed to do something here. Row 4, we'll see Dion van Verven and Noah Wolf. They're on an outside chance as well, but still could be possible for Van Verven. He's going to need a miracle here to do something in the title fight. Alois Yedade and Daniel Macier, they go from row number 5. There we'll see Michael Adair and Yaroslav Shevratalov on that 6th row of the grid. And again, do not rule them out. Both of them very quick. Row 7, Robert Kindervetter. There was my prediction for the European title this year. Unfortunately, it might be a little bit tricky for him as he starts it alongside Alessandro Zalocco on row number 7. Antoine Broggio and Jay Owen go from row number 8. They will see the likes of Tom Sprogel and Nicholas Vine on row number 9 as they go from the middle part of the group. Jean Louis and Eli Goldstein. Well, Goldstein, it's still possible for him, but he would need Tani to finish in 8th place, and he would need to win for him to put anything on the board here. Row 11, Jensen Graham and Jens Trier will lock out the top 22. Filippo Sala and Nicola Rossini, they go from row number 12. There we'll see Andrea Dale and Tommy van der Stroos on row 13. Mattis Rush and Edgar Wilkins will lock out then the next row of row 14, Czechia and Latvia. Mattis Rush is just seeing his fellow countrymen stand on the podium. Could he do a similar story from row 14? Enzo Boll and Hugo Besson go from row 15. A very tough day for these two, but do not rule them out. It's an all-French row 16, Theo Blanc and Arthur Leuc. And again, it's not over for Arthur Leuc in this one. He would need Tani to finish 8th, and he would need to win for this one to be in a good spot in that title fight. Manuel Castel, Albert Simatsvara, Yerasim Skulinov, and Kaloyan Vabitsaliev round out the rest of the field as they get themselves primed and ready to go for this action. The points as it stands, there they are, very, very close indeed. 111 for Kimi Tani. Morgato with 109, Schleimer there with 105. And to give you into context, if Tani finishes 3rd, Schleimer needs to win. If he finishes 4th, he would need to be in the top 2, and so off and so on. So Goldstein as well, not out of the fight. He could still do it, but it's an outside chance. Leuc as well with 81, Yenis Savico Also an outside chance. It would need to be a very good result for him to get that P1. Daniel Maciel with the 65, Alois Jediday with 57, Dion van Verven with 51, and Jaden Teen with 49. They are all out of contention. They cannot do it. Right, we'll head down to the grid now with our drivers who are ready with Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, ready in the sunshine and ready in the heat, which continues to rise down here on the circuits. First of the KZ category finals, then KZ2s lead us into this one, and we're about to find our first European champion of the weekend. Of course, Kimi Tani has now taken the lead of your intermediate classification points. The start of the weekend, we of course had Arthur Leeuwke and Ellie Goldstein as contenders. The tables, however, have turned, and it's Matheus Magato and Tani that now potentially look to fight it out. But other drivers inside of the top 6 could still statistically, mathematically do things, and one of those names is Max Schleimer, who's starting on the front row alongside Kimi Tani. Of course, Tani so far this weekend has taken an absolute clean sweep. Of course, it wasn't a pole in quali, but all of those qualifying heats, he took a win, as well as that super heat as well. Max, this weekend you've maintained that top 3 championship-wise. You could still mathematically do it. It's not impossible for you, but you've got a challenge. You've got Tani, you've got Magato, you've got Savico there as well. Teammate, of course, but what's it going to take within this race?
Yeah, I think everyone deserves it the same. We've all done a brilliant job the 2 rounds. Yeah, I think in the end we see what happens in the final.
And this weekend we've seen the starts go absolutely correct for Kimi Tani, but actually it's only the super heat that he started things on that pole side. Everything else he started from P2, which has gone really well for him. Now, you know, things have switched. You're the driver in that position. Does that maybe give you a boost of confidence?
No, I'm confident in my starts. We know now we fixed it, what happened yesterday. So he's good on both sides, but I think we will start well.
Well, Max, of course, top 3 last year, 2025, and it's looking like a top 3 again in 2026 for the Tony Kart driver. Other championship contenders then, Matheus Magato here to my right-hand side on that second row, starting directly behind his biggest rival this year, Kimi Tani. They are now separated by just 2 points. Matheus, this is not going to be easy for you, but in your career, you know, you've been a world champion in direct drive, you've been a champion in the States, you've done a lot now, so actually do you feel quite composed under pressure like this?
Yeah, I feel no pressure. At the end, I mean, the best will win, and I think we all deserve the win, so we'll fight hard for the win.
But of course, fighting against Kimi Tani, who's actually been quite unstoppable this weekend, is it the case that you and maybe the names around you have to force him into a bit of a mistake?
No, I think we all have a good speed, and I think we can give a good show, and yeah, let's see what the races give to us.
Well, Matheus has watched the show. Thank you very much. Of course, that's Matheus Magato, who's fighting out for the championship. We've got behind me Marek Scriven there, who's also fighting out for maybe a top 5 when it comes to points-wise in the mix. We've got Sem Knopkes. So this weekend, a really good weekend for him. And I want to try and rush a bit further back to see if I can go and find some other names. Maybe like Michael Adair. Michael Adair, really good weekend so far. Doesn't contend championship-wise, but super heat, things fell apart, of course, with that stall at the start. Michael, this weekend for you, things have looked really good. You now have to maybe start a bit further back than what we would have expected, but you're confident that you're going to climb up there?
Yeah, I'm confident. Unfortunately, in Super Heat, technical problem in the start forced me to retire. So we start from 11, but we're ready to come back.
Well, Michael, thank you very much, and we'll see that comeback potentially from him. A little bit more time, and I want to see if I can try and rush my way down to catch the TB kart of Ellie Goldstein. The fight is not over for him just yet, and for Ellie, it could be the case that he could be the first TB kart in history to take a KZ2 championship potentially, but it's all going to depend on these points. Ellie, for you, of course, it was a win at Genk. It was a huge moment in your career. It's not over here. There's still potential for you, maybe. Thoughts going into this last race?
At the moment, the weekend didn't went how we hoped. But yeah, we'll fight until the end, and I will do my best.
And the fights, especially in the first couple of laps, you've got some big names around you. What's the tactic going into things?
There is no tactic, just attack.
Well, we'll watch the attack, Ellie. Good luck for this one. Like we said, round 1 winner, Genk winner of Ellie Goldstein there in that TB kart. Keep an eye on the rows further back. KZ2 then very shortly about to find their European champion for 2026. Anthony, talk us through what you think we can expect.
Well, many things we could expect to see, but we'll have to wait and see actually how it all unfolds. As it stands. So, Tani, of course, worked out the results basically for first all the way down to 16th place, or effectively DNS, or scoring 0 points as it stands. Tani, if it was to finish first or second, if it was to finish first, it's impossible for Morgado, Schleimer, Goldstein, Leo, Corsavico to take the points and to take the win. If he finished second in the points in this final, Morgado would need to win. That is the score, and it would be impossible for anyone else to take the victory. If Tani was to finish third in this final and to score 149 points, of course, if he gets the fastest lap points, that puts it to 150. But Morgado basically would need to finish in the top 2, win or top 2, and of course then Schleimer would have to win it. So that's what put that. So that would give another scenario. They've done this all the way down to 16th place. Put it this way. If Kimi Tani scored 0 points in this race, Morgado would have to finish inside the top 13. Schleimer would have to finish in the top 11. Goldstein would need to finish in the top 5. Leuk would need to finish in the top 4. And Savico would also need to finish in the top 4 to try and take that title away. Because it's only been 2 rounds, there are so many scenarios that can still unfold in this one. So again, we literally have no idea.
You know, Anthony and I were here in the lunch break, sat in the commentary box, looking at the points, and I actually started laughing because I was thinking, you can't even work it out. There's so many different possibilities that could go on, and there's so many drivers involved in this one. Tani, Morgado, Schleimer, Goldstein, Leuk, Savico as well. So there's so many different combinations of points that could be thrown in, and you could actually end up with pretty much any one of those names. But for now, Tani will start things from that front row, and he will start alongside Max Schleimer with Matthias Morgado right behind him on his tail. But for Tani, it's been the starts that have set these races up.
It certainly has. He's been rapid off the line, and that's what's been the Achilles heel for absolutely everyone else on this grid here. They've just been able to not match the pace of that Parolin kart of the La Motorsport di Nodera Luca machine, and Kimi Tani has just been absolutely flying out there on that machine. But the other drivers here, I can imagine, will be a bit tired of seeing that young man from Finland win. Will they club together here? Will they do something to topple the Finn, who at this moment is looking to take a title win at the end of this race?
And he's looking to maybe make history, because no Finnish driver has ever won a European KZ2 title. No driver on a Parolin has ever done that in KZ2 either. So for Kimi Tani, it's not just the achievement, but it's also the ability to maybe put his name on a board and make a brand new statistic. But we've also never had a Brazilian driver take a KZ2 European Championship. We've never had a TB do that. We've not had a Belgian, neither a Spanish either. So I would say at the end of this race, you're going to see some pretty spectacular sentences being said at that podium later on. However, for Sodi Kart, they have had a theme over the past couple of years of winning. It was, of course, Spagel in 2024, in 2025. Then Max Orlov was absolutely the king of KZ2. And now they could maybe score a hat-trick of title wins with the Brazilian of Matthias Morgado. These laps then will feel like an absolute eternity. 30 race kilometre distance. 18 laps in total.
Indeed, a very long race for these drivers to negotiate. They have got 2 formation laps this time around to get temperature into those tyres. Of course, they've got all a brand new set of tyres here, so they've got plenty of time to get the release agent off and get the temperature that they need into those tyres as well. It's a challenge to get this done, of course. You have to remember, these karts are super powerful when you put a brand new tyre on, super slippy, so very easy to accidentally push a little bit too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. So, previous years gone by, 2025 it was CPB Sport with Orlov, and previous to that it was CPB Sport with Spagel. The year before, Freddie Slater, now of course in the world of Formula 3 out there with Trident. Took it in 2023 for the Birrell Arts Camp, and the year before that they achieved that win as well with Tom Lier. Before then we had Giacomo Pellini, Gustafsson, Emil Sakraz there from 2021 back to 2019. Now we're definitely hunting down for a new star of the show. Who is it going to be? The question absolutely remains. And you know what? The setup then this year to only have 2 rounds to this championship has definitely caused what we're seeing points-wise, with it being so close and so nail-biting, I would say.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I've got to say, this is a real shot for the Nordic countries here to get the trifecta. Norway have won one back in 2013 with Emil Antonsson. He won it back then. Of course, Sweden with Sakras and Gustafsson, they've won a couple. But like you mentioned, Finland have not won it. So if they could get this now, it means every single one of the Nordic nations has won a European Karting KZ2 title.
Yeah, very interesting opportunities indeed. But for Magato, of course, a driver who's proud of the country he comes from. He could be the first Brazilian to do that. Crowds now form round the grandstands that exist on the perimeter of this 1,670-metre track. Then everybody, I would say, is starting to get a little bit nervous out there. Second formation lap is now being completed by our drivers. Your front rows, your main names this weekend who have all taken qualifying heat wins. It's Kimi Tani from Maximilian Schleimer, from Matthias Magato, from Yanis Savico.
Indeed. Well, plenty of action is ahead of us here. The tension really starting to build here for the drivers, because it's a long old lap around here, 1.6 kilometres. It's around about a minute a lap for these drivers here. And for them, of course, just these long laps to get the last few bits of temperature into those tyres. But still looking forward to see how they can achieve it, as we are ready to stop the grid now at the front of the field. Formation laps now over, warm-up laps now over. Time to get to the busy stuff, and that, of course, is this final 18 laps for them as they prepare themselves to do battle. And not only the grandstands that are in the shade, but the grandstands that are in the sun have now started to fill up, and these will be very good races, I'm sure, in both KZ2 and KZ, but we just have to wait and see as the front of the grid is lined up ready to go, and let's see how it will go for them. We've mentioned, of course, a lot of the points here, and this is going to be a really important one for Tani, a really important one for the drivers behind, and this is going to be quite the entrance for them. There at the front of the grid, they're all set, ready to go. It's Tani at the front. He is joined by Schleimer. He checks behind his shoulder just to see where they are. Unfortunately, Kimmy, you've got a long old wait to see the start of this race, because the back of the grid is still slowly making their way into turn 9. They're not even making their way out of turn 9 just yet. So tyres, crucially, will be getting a little bit colder, but they're on a very hot surface, and of course it's very warm out there as well. But all these drivers here are just having to wait that little bit longer. The nerves start to build in the driver's stomach. The revs start to raise out there for the KZ European title decider. It's the final. And could Finland finally crown a KZ2 European champion in 2026? As the lights are cleared, we get ready to go racing. It's 3 red lights, 4 red lights. It's lights out and fight is on. In KZ2, it's a lightning start for the front 2 rows. But it's a better start for Kimi Tani, who holds on to the lead of this one, and that is vital for his championship hopes in this one. Very wide there goes the Tony Carlos Schleimer. He slots back into place as the dust kicks up in the background, and look at this. Tani has been released. Exactly what the Finn needed here. And the La Motorsports di Norella Luca driver is absolutely flying away.
Morgato drops into 4th position. Savico has managed to find his way through, as now the front 2 packs are separated by quite a big, sizable gap. Out to the front though, Kimi Tani at the front actually has not broken away. Schleimer is there. Schleimer in towards turn number 9, could give it a go as one of the Sony karts find himself out, and that is a full stop put to the weekend of one of those CPB Sport drivers.
Oh,
Here
that's
we go then.
Scriven.
Here we go. So Scriven out, but it's not over yet. In towards the first corner. Is Schleimer going to try and have a look? Not just yet, but he's on the tail. They're glued together. They are absolutely line of stern. Turn number 2, Tani parks the bus. Tani now under some pressure for one of the first times this weekend.
I did a thing that I shouldn't do too much. I looked out the window, Nicola, not on my screen. I saw them 4 wide into turn 1 in the background. Absolutely unreal. But this here, though, look at this. The Italian power at the front here trying to close in. The Tony karts and the Birrells trying to close in on the parallel. There's another one of the CBBs. Is that Alvar Timotsvara? It is a nightmare for CPB Sport. That's 2 of their pilots out of this final. Whoa, that was a moment there. Schleimer looked to the inside line and he's loading him into the corner and he's pushed him wide and he's given it back now. But that's a first attempt there for Schleimer. But now look at that nose cone. You can see how much it's dented in into that corner. And this is really going to start heating up. You can tell they do not want Tani to take the title here.
Mateusz Magato then comes back into the fight of things, has arrived now on the tail of Sem Konopkias. Konopkias, however, is looking directly at the Spaniard there of Jenny Savico. Magato goes fattest, Mattis Prouche under investigation for causing an incident a bit further back. Kimi Tani is still under threat in towards that 5th corner. Again, you're seeing those varied lines for these drivers. You're potentially seeing an overtake now. What? No, he doesn't get the move done, does Sem Konopkias. Under some threats now. Mateusz Magato trying to weave his way through, but you literally wouldn't be able to thread a needle through these drivers. There is nothing in it between your top 5, who could potentially, in a moment's time, be made a top 7, because Daniel Masier and Dion van Verven are right there as well. Kimi Tani now still at the front. Out in the front with a little bit more breathing room out there. The Finn still flying, still in the lead of your virtual championship, but Schleimer has now overtaken Mateusz Magato for that P2.
He has indeed, and this is all falling into the hands here of the field behind. However, of course, with Tani at the front, there is nothing anyone else can do. They could finish wherever they want right now. It's Tani who takes the points. At the moment, Schleimer's got himself up to 2nd in the point series. There's a look down the inside there. Morgato on the charge. This is what Morgato needs to remember. Morgato has to win this race if Tani finishes 2nd. That's vital for him, of course, but he has to get to the front of this one. So Morgato has still got a long old way to go in this 18-lap race.
Well, Tani has now found it. He's found it over the course of this lap. He's got that gap now of just under 0.6 of a second. And Schleimer has just shaved off around about half a tenth. But these two, the 2 Tony Kart teammates, now look to switch positions down the inside. Savico takes that P2.
Yeah, indeed. It's Savico's turn now to try and close down to Tani. They let Schleimer do it for 1 or 2 laps. They think, right, you did a good job, but it's not good enough. Now you can let your teammate have a go, and that's exactly what they've done. Savico now will try and dig deep, but the work he's got to do is 0.8 of a second to try and close that gap up. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Morgato now just given a few tenths there to try and close in on the 2 Tony Karts ahead, and in doing that, Konopkias is back into that fray. Daniel Masier still there, P6. He's on a 4-place gain. He's having a really good run. Van Verven, Wolf and Girardet, they are holding position right now, just inside that top 10, with Shevatalov rounding out that top 10 on a 2-place gain. Jay Owen with a 5 places gain is still one of the bigger movers out there. Some bigger movers just a little further down in the field in the form of Mattis Prouche with 6 and Enzo Boll also with 6, as there is drama, unfortunately, out of the race. Theo Blanc will go no further with Manuel Castel, the 2 colliding together out on circuit. They would go no further.
Right then, to get into the lead of your championship and to make himself a crown winner, Mateusz Magato is not just got to take Kimi Tani, but he's got to think about Schleimer on the road ahead as well. There you can just see Theo Blanc visibly a victim out there at that 9th corner. There's absolutely nothing he could have done about it. But going back to the fights on your screen, For Magato, he's of course got to get to Tanni to take that win, but he's also got to get past Schleimer. Well, actually, take that back, because Magato now points-wise has overtaken Schleimer, but they are matched on 143 out there. Tanni, though, with the race lead that he has given himself, is miles away from Magato, Schleimer, Savico and Daniel Macier, who round out your top 5. In towards that second corner they go once more. The gap now between Tanni and Savico, 1.1 seconds. Schleimer, Magato, Semkonopias still very much there. But there is the notification. You know, here, Anthony, he is just not letting off Kimi Tanni, even in the late stages of this weekend, even after all of those qualifying heats. Every single lap he has done, he is still continuing to go fastest.
He certainly is. This is just a great performance for Tanni. Really strong getaway from all of these races. A strong getaway here, even when there was some drama for him. He found himself going through. There's another contender in this one. Eli Goldstein. You spoke to him very briefly on that grid. He said power all the way throughout this field. That's exactly what he's doing. He's on a 6th place game right now, and he's there in 14th place, right behind Michael Adair, who in turn himself could have been starting on the front row of this grid.
Absolutely could have been. So we're edging closer now to the 50% mark of this race, and other drivers who are trying to push through but have maybe taken a bit too long. We've got names like Robert Kindervater. Your prediction for the European Championship, he's only managed 1 position gain to be sat currently in P12, and as well Arthur Leuk all the way down in P31. As now, Savico has been gifted a bit of Italian real estate out there, as that's a nice little move down the inside. That is Eli Goldstein, who we were just mentioning, getting his way past Michael Adair there for P13. But the Spaniard in P2 now pushing away from Schleimer, who's still having to deal with the Brazilian of Magato. Midfield section, Jay Irwin still trying to fight his way past Chevitalov, Kindervater and Eli Goldstein involved, as well as that's one of the Charles Leclercs just tailing round and just edging ever closer to the CRG.
Certainly is. Still a long way to go in this one.
Whoa.
Side by side action between the two of them. Beautiful dive down the inside for Dion van Verven there, and that will get him up past Yildiz for 8th place. Wolf still ahead of that one, as Skulinov becomes the latest driver to go under investigation. Tanni's lead, 1.4 from Savico. At one point, Nicole, do you say, right, fight on, see what you can do?
Well, at the end of the day, nice little send down the inside. That's Jay Irwin now losing out on 2 positions. Adair and Ambrosio trying to fight their way through. You know, for Kimi Tanni, he's not going to let off. He's not going to back off. He's also can't make a mistake, which is easy to do at this stage of the weekend where these drivers will be at their most tired. Of course, for Tanni, leading things are not difficult. Again, these drivers being aggressive at that 9th corner. Drivers just making the switches. These are not for the top positions. That was Kindervater, Goldstream, Brogio, Adair and Nicholas Vine as well, seeing much of each other. Schleimer and Morgato, this is what you're watching on your screens, and you're actually watching the fights for P2 in your championship, because they are still both drawn on 143 points.
They are indeed. This is great stuff for Morgato, able to close this in. Still would be a European vice champion here for Morgato, and he's done great work over this season to put himself in this spot. The Brazilian has always been a dominant figure throughout of it, and you caught up with Filippo Sala earlier on and saying, why do I keep getting penalties at all the races? Unfortunately, he's under investigation for potentially causing one here.
He didn't ask me, he just sort of told me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He didn't say why, he just said I keep getting penalties.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Maybe another one here in this one. Sorry, Filippo. Big looks down the inside there. The Maranello stepping forward. This is beautiful for Chevitalov on Alois Yildiz. He's stepping through the field here. Again, an outside chance for the title win, but not going to happen for him, I think, at this stage. Jay Irwin also under investigation now as well for potentially causing a collision. So Stewart's going to be very busy at the end of this one. Look to the inside. That's Noah Wolf on Daniel Macier. That's for 6th place. That is nicely done into turn 5.
Far better weekend for Noah, I would say, this weekend compared to what he had out at Genk. You know, Genk result was a P18 in the end. But actually, Sarno, you know, last year for Noah, made up 22 positions in that final. This is one of those circuits that I think really suit not just him, but the karts that he is sat in as well. Still out of that final corner, undecided. Shevitalyov now trying to make the move. Dion van Verven tries to defend it, but the Maranello is going to potentially have it through the run down towards that second corner. It's going to be a run to the apex. It's going to be a race. Ellie Goldstein muscles out the CRG.
No.
Tumbling down the order then. Aloy Girardet was having such a good weekend, but will now fall to the back of the field. Oh, 3 games just ahead of one of the drivers at the back. But Aloy Girardet, he was fighting hard. He was fighting at the sharper parts of the order, but is now at the back.
Oh, indeed. And another look down the inside there for another one of the CRGs, just further up the road, but no changes there. Aloy Girardet. So let's watch this whole situation. So you can see the fight happening in front of them of Shevitalyov and Dion van Verven. He looked to the inside and he was looking at a sandwich. There was a little clip there, and then just from behind, was there more contact? You could see the IPK on the outside, the Formula K.
Oh, it's actually
Goldstein,
nothing to do with Goldstein. It doesn't actually tag him as such.
That's a very strange on that, and unfortunately you could see how the front nose just folded in between the brake disc and the front wheel, and that can massively shake things up. There is Kimitani, there is Savico, there is Schleimer. The fight for third is on. Morgato here wanting to confirm his second in the championship as it stands.
Wow, Schleimer now going on that tighter line on towards the entrance of the heavy braking zone of turn number 5. These drivers, of course, transferring all of that torque down to the tarmac and then V'ing off the corner, of course, covering way less track distance do these KZ drivers. Enzo Bull, now the newest driver to be looked at by a team in race control. Again, Jay Irwin just being caught out by drivers behind. Filippo Sala looking at this one. Anton Perosio just ahead as Robert Kindervetter there on that IPK goes slightly wider there in towards turn number 9, but they do not switch. Schleimer now decides to go defensive. Matheus Magato looking to try and have a look. Magato, however, has not managed to find anything over the course of the past 10 laps. He is absolutely sat there staring at the back of that Tony Kart suit.
Yeah, indeed. But I'm just looking at that nose cone there, Nicole. Big dent in the front of it. Has it dropped is the question. Will that put him in a danger zone here to Morgato? Does Morgato know that as well? And will he think attack, risk it, or will he just sit behind and hope that it's dropped?
No, for Morgato, he will always be attacking because, of course, it could be misleading. You know, with the heat out there, warms up the plastic slightly. It might just have a indentation and not an actual drop on the bracket. Morgato won't even be thinking about that front fairing of Schleimer. He will just be thinking about the road ahead and trying to open up that gap and send that move down the inside. Of course, turn number 1 ticked off by these drivers. 6th gear, then dropping down in towards 2nd or 3rd, depending on what's going on ahead of them. For Matheus Morgato, again, cannot send that lunge. Turn number 3, we do not really see overtakes up into that one, but turn number 3 does then determine the run down towards that 205-metre back straight and into turn number 5, where these drivers can send those big moves. As Schleimer again goes tighter on towards the entrance compared to Matheus Morgato. Morgato just cannot get past.
No, indeed. He is just stuck there in this rhythm right now as Nicholas Vine becomes a start to go under investigation. Look at this side-by-side action. This is a lot further down in the pack at the moment. Mattis Bruce there having to deal with all sorts of drivers going for moves here. Shevitelov has just got past Macy as well. Bruce, Boll and Graham all getting past the Loco in that fight that we were seeing just a few moments ago. No change at the front end on this one. Kimitani in a great situation right now has really just said to every other driver here this weekend, adios.
Yeah, absolutely has. Fatani is looking at maybe making history. First driver in KZ2 to achieve something like this on a parallel. First driver from Finland to maybe get this one in the books as well. Again, you're seeing the same setup lap after lap for Schleimer and for Matheus Morgato. Those varied lines as Jens Treur now goes under investigation for maybe causing a collision. Last couple of laps left to go. Last couple of moments of the 2026 European campaign for these KZ2 drivers. 36, of course, joined us. Oh my God, just thought Matheus Magato was looking a bit eager there to get past Schleimer. Schleimer over his head, goes defensive. They just dance around on towards the entrance of the turn number one. Here we go for Schleimer. It doesn't work out. Matheus Magato now into P2, feeds Konopka's Schleimer there on the exit of that second corner. And I would say, actually, Schleimer is going to be kicking himself because of that. That was an ever so slight, very, very rare mistake.
More dramas for CPB Sports. They have lost another driver in the form of Dion van Verven. Here's Konopka down the inside. He's going to take fourth place now, away from Schleimer. There is Dion van Verven's car. He will go no further. He becomes the fifth different CPB Sport driver to retire from this race. 2025 was their season. 2026 so far has not been. Yeah, they were maybe looking at a hat-trick when it came to championship wins. They achieved it last year with all of the year before. It was Vegel, but now it looks like the streak for CPB Sport, for Sodi Cars, is going to be broken, because that driver right there, the Le Motorsport driver on that parallel, Kimi Tani, the Finnish superstar that we have seen fly through every single one of these qualifying heats. He didn't pole it in time qualifying. It was a P5 in qualifying, but he kept his head, he kept his cool. He kept those starts absolutely consistent, as you like, as there's a bit of a notification there for Matheus Magato that could mean good stuff for Sem Konopkas. But the story of Kimi Tani, he wasn't inside your top three at Genk. He actually was nowhere near the fight, but he was consistent. He got those points on the board, and this weekend he has absolutely brought a brush with him. He has swept up every single lap. It was P5 in quali, it was every single qualifying heat win, a super heat win, and now maybe after one half a lap left to go, he could be a European champion. He certainly could be. Kimi Tani here is going to do it. It's Finland, European champion. Here in Sarno, he's done it. Kimi Tani delivered every single thing he needed to do with the qualifying heats, the super heats, and the final here in Italy. And not only did he take a final win, but for Finland, he takes a European title for the first time in FIA karting history. And what a result that is. All three Nordic countries now, Norway, Sweden, and now Finland, can be added to that tally of FIA Karting European Champions. What a result for all of the drivers here. And this is such an achievement for him. He's going to be a slow runner back to the Parc Ferme area, I can imagine. But look at this here. Kimi Tani, 2026 FIA Karting KZ2 European Champion. What a result. Through all the teams, through all the drivers, the La Motorsport team by Luca Nodera has put this young man onto the top step here in Sarno. And not only that, the small Italian team on that parallel chassis have put a Finnish driver as a European champion. A great achievement in 2026, and a real shake-up to the field. Now, this is certainly going to be an eye-opener heading to the Worlds, I'm sure, later on at the Le Mans circuit. Yenis Savico will finish second. Matheus Morgato will finish third, but is under investigation. And that is a tricky situation for him to be in. Sem Konopkas will finish P4 ahead of Max Schleimer. Noah Wolf from Jaroslav Shevchalov. Daniel Macier from Eli Goldstein. What a drive for Goldstein in that one at the very end. 11 places to finish P9 ahead of Jean Louis. Michael Adair from Filippo Sala. Again, a similar story for him. 11 places gained. Puts him into P12 from Jay Irvin. Robert Kinderbarter from Jens Lier. Antoine Broggio finishing 16th ahead of Enzo Boll, who gained 12 positions in that one to become one of the biggest movers in that race. Jensen Graham, Matis Prush, Nicholas Vine, Alessandro Zalocco round out the top 22. There is Kimi Tani on your screen being congratulated. And look what it means. I think a bit of disbelief at this point for the young man who just kept a cool head throughout this one. showed great pace, great commitment, and there's a smile on that young man's face. Rightly so as well. Kimi Tani, 2026 KZ2 European champion. Here's how it unfolded. Well, really started from the word go. You can see the power straight away down on the road there. The revs building, reactions to a pinpoint precision. And Tani was able to get that whole shot in towards turn number 1, and he continued that trend all the way to the very end. There was a small, slight advantage for him to get through for that fight, but it wasn't meant to be. Schleimer tried it into turn 9, but not going to happen over the course of that one. Michael Adair there, you saw him on the outside line kicking up the fire extinguisher dust that raged from that junior academy race, and nearly lost the back end there as he went through. Rest of the fight, this was that moment I was talking about. There were 4 wide in towards turn 1 at one point. Side-by-side moments. Enzo Boll was in that. He was right on the inside line, and he understeers slightly through the turn, but just manages to get that run through the turn. Alvar Timotsvara became one of many CPB Sport retirements in that one. Manik Skrivan retiring, Timotsvara, Kastel, Skulinov and Van Verven. All of them were CPB. Theo Blanc as well was a retirement in that final. He would unfortunately finish that one in P33 on that Birolart machine. There's still the live feed. It's been a long wait for him. But congratulations for Kimi Tani at the end of that race over the weighbridge. Done and dusted for the European driver from Finland. Job is done, and it's the trifecta now for the Nordic nations. Norway with a title, Sweden with a title, and now Finland with a title in KZ2. These dramatic moments that took Theo Blanc out of the race with Manuel Kastel. Those two unfortunately colliding out there on the circuit. There was the fighting in the early stages, and so Boll pushing his way through, and just following him as well there was Eli Goldstein, just getting his nose down the inside, become one of the bigger movers in that race. 11 places gained to put himself in P1 at the end of that fight. But a great effort for them, for all the drivers here. The European Championships for KZ2 done and dusted here in Sarno. And for Kimi Tani, everything he needed to do. Yenis Savico, great finish for second place at the end of that one. He would put himself on that podium, just outside the top 3 for the championship. 4th in the points with 124, as we continue to see the side-by-side action that's brought Morgato into play, that put him up to 3rd. But as it stands, under investigation at this moment for potential contact. We'll have to wait and see what that ensues. This was the moment we lost Alois Jeladay, unfortunately. You could just see how that front nose cone getting tucked in between the brake disc and the wheel. Unfortunately, just putting him out of contention. I think he managed to clear the nose cone, but yeah, not the results he will have wanted at all over the course of this one. Rest of the fighting did rage on near the end of that one. Last lunges for so many drivers there. Enzo Boll was one of those, just pushing his way through. 12 places gained for the SP Motorsport driver to gain those positions up through it. There was Morgato. It was under investigation for that one, and actually waved goodbye there to Max Schleimer as he went his way through up into 3rd place. And then Sem Konopius would also get the job done at turn number 5, the latter stage of that race, and he would move into a very strong position of 4th place, but not in that title fight. And there, the retirements. The checker flag out, the fireworks in the air in Italy, and it's Finland on the top spot, and it's Finland, finally, European champions in KZ2 here in Sarno. Well, the field will make their way back to the end. We're going to take a short break, and between now and then, we are going to be celebrating the podium. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Well, that podium coming up very soon. Here's your Driver Championship standings at the end of that one, of course, confirming Kimi Tani with the La Motorsport team by Luca Nodera with 161 points. Morgato with 148. Max Schleimer with 135. And Yanis Avico with 124. Goldstein with 98 does round out the top 5 from Daniel Macias, 83. Arthur Liuk with 81 from Sem Konopius with 68. And Alan Givaudet and Noah Wolf rounding out the top 10 with 57 and 52 championship points. A great effort from the KZ2s, and we're going to hear from them live now down at the podium.
We absolutely are then, Anthony. We have just confirmed then our first FIA European Champion of the year. But first of all, we're going to speak to our driver who's just finished his 2026 campaign in P3. Matthias, for you, it was a run to the line. You were chasing Schleimer. You managed to get past in the end. But of course, for you, you've just slightly missed out on the championship. However, this year, it's been a good run, right?
Yeah, I can say I'm happy with the work we've done. Just the first championship racing with the team, so I think we showed good pace in both rounds, and yeah, that's how racing goes. I think Tony deserved the win as well, so happy for him, happy for his team as well.
But to, of course, complete now a full European campaign this year and finish inside of the top 3 is an achievement in itself, right? That you can add to your board, can add to your trophy cabinet?
Yeah, obviously, always finishing top 3 in the European Championship is a very good result, so yeah, we can be proud of that.
Matthias, congratulations for this year's efforts, and we're going to swap you over now with a driver who's just finished in P2, none other than the Spaniard of Genk Vico. Of course, Tony Kart this weekend were incredibly fast, and just as the wind tries to put us off here. Genk, for you, good stuff this weekend. It's your first podium in a while at FIA level, and round out your weekend. Can you sum it us?
Yeah, well, I think that we did a really good weekend. Set the pole of group, and I knew that we had the speed for make a podium, so just need to make a good start and manage to make my pace all the race, so it was good.
And of course for you, you had to chase down first of all on your teammate of Max Schleimer. It's not an easy thing to do, of course there's that added extra pressure because you're teammates. So for you, how did you try and manage that lap after lap to finally get past?
Well, I know that it's a teammate, but I had to make the overtake because I was feeling faster, so just tried in the second lap I think, and I couldn't overtake him, so then just be in front, try to make my best, and that's all.
Well, like we said, P2 for today, congratulations, and now we're going to swap you over with none other than our race winner and our championship winner. It's a European Championship win for Kimi Tani as well as a clean sweep this weekend. Kimi, good stuff for you, congratulations. Talk to us not only about the race but about the championship in total.
Yeah, in Genk I was struggling a bit all the week. In the final managed to do P3. and now here dominating all week, and in the final also was quite fast.
And for you, Kimi, to be able to say that you've added your name to the board with drivers like Max Orlov, Spagel as well, but also achieved something in the form of a first big win at KZ2 level for Paralin and, of course, for your country, that must be really special to be able to say.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I never felt like this before.
Well, Kimi, congratulations. And now we're going to swap you over with team manager of Luca. Now we're just going to switch positions. Of course, for the La Motorsport team, this is a fantastic achievement. This is the first huge achievement at this level. And for you as a team manager, as a boss who's pushed Kimi Tani this weekend, what's it been like to watch?
Yeah, for us it's an incredible result. It's very important for us to be in front, and we want to thank all the team for all the hard work that they did this week and also in Genk, and we hope new result will come.
And of course, we might be finished with our European Championship, but we head to Le Mans for the World Championship a bit later on in the year. For you, watching how Kimi has composed himself this year and this weekend, are you confident that results could also be in the bag for when we head to Le Mans?
We hope so. We are very sure that he has a good speed, a very good feeling with the material, and we hope to do very good also there.
Well, Luca, congratulations, much to be proud of. And now Anthony Jordan is going to introduce your top three as well as your European champion onto the stage.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, a very dramatic final there for KZ2. A brand new nation taking a European title as well in the KZ2 category. Finland joining the fellow Nordic nations of Norway and Sweden. But here in Italy, we'll welcome the top three drivers and the winning team onto the podium. And it starts with third position. Please welcome onto the podium, representing CBB Sport and Brazil, it's Matheus Morgado. For Morgado, great result at the end of that one, 3.9 seconds off the race leader. The second place trophy heading over to Spain and to the Tony Kart Racing team. Give it up for Yanis Avico. Yanis, you're very close, but you're on the team spot there. One more step to your left and you're on P2. One more step to the left and you're on P2. There you go. Good stuff there. You've been promoted already. And then please now welcome the winning team onto the podium. Great effort from the Italian team for La Motorsport. Please welcome Luca Nodera. Great work for the La Motorsport team as they head to the Worlds with a European title. And finally, the winning driver of the final here in the Circuito Internazionale Napoli and the European champion in KZ2. Give it up for Finland's Kimi Tani! Superb end to the racing here as we will now listen to the national anthem of Finland. Big round of applause for your finalists in KZ2. We'd now like to welcome to present the winning trophies onto the podium. For the third place trophy, please welcome the manager of MondoKart.com, Matteo Cauda, to present the third place trophy heading to Matheus Morgado. For Morgado, a great result for him in the end, 3.9 seconds off the race leader. The second place trophy, please welcome the circuit manager of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Rosario Sorrentino, to present that to Yanis Avico. The Tony Kart team coming away with another great result on this one. The team's trophy, please welcome once again the manager of MondoKart.com, Matteo Cauda, to present that one to Luca Nordera and the La Motorsport team with a great result at the end of the 2026 campaign. And once again, Rosario Sorrentino to present the winner's trophy, not only to the final winner here, but the 2026 KZ2 FIA Karting European Champion, Kimi Tani. A superb end to their season as we present the rosettes to the drivers as well. A great end to the racing here. The warm conditions playing their parts with challenging conditions all the way throughout, and we'll get the full photos for all of them in just a moment. Yes, not the read from Matteo. He nearly won it there. That's for Luca. And excellent stuff for all of the drivers. Well, drivers, nice big smiles for all the photographers out there now. Nice big smiles. And then we'll get you on the top step of the podium as well. So Matteo and Rosario, if you want to join in nice and close. And Matthias, if you want to join up there. Yanez, you get up nice and close. Luca, you can join as well. Nice big smiles for all of the drivers out there. And a great end to their racing season in the KZ2s. But of course KZs will be up next, and of course these drivers will be heading to the Worlds when we head to Le Mans for the grand finale in the 2026 campaign. Well, brilliant stuff. Right, drivers, one last thing for you to do here in Sarno, and that's to grab those bottles of champagne. And anyone in nice clothing possibly disappear. Are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Morgato very early there with the bottle, but he was happy to celebrate a P3 here for the rest of the drivers. Savico and Kimi Tani celebrating not only a 2026 title, but the final here in Sarno. Great effort then for KZ2. The racing's not done yet. One more final to go. It's KZ. It's coming up next. 2 races down and 1 more to go. The KZ, the Premier Class, coming up next here for the final 18 laps. Once again, the context, myself, and Nicole Sutherland earlier on this year in Genk. We wrote down our predictions of who we thought would be European champion in KZ and KZ2. We've done KZ2. We were both wrong. KZ, what did I put, Nicole Sutherland, as you open up my piece of paper?
Anthony Jordan, you put as your prediction for the KZ category for Matteo Spagel to be your champion. Spagel, points-wise, it's not quite possible for him. So Spagel has got to allow somebody else to take the honours in 2026. He had it in 2025.
Yeah.
This is not going to be the year.
No. Drum roll, please, Nicole Sutherland.
Not that anybody can hear it.
Hear
no,
it.
I don't think so.
Max Orlov. And Max Orlov, unfortunately, 7th in the point standings right now. And if I check my pieces of paper right here for KZ, has he got a chance here? No, but not for the title, at least anyway. But he could certainly move up the order. So there we go. Turns out we know nothing about karting.
Well, I think that's really unfair to say because, of course, they are relatively good predictions. You've got your champion from 2025 in KZ and your champion from 2025 in KZ2.
We'll try again next year, I think. Or no, we'll try again for the Worlds.
Yes, yeah.
There we go. We'll try again
fine.
for the Worlds. We'll get our predictions out for that one. There we go. We'll have another attempt at it. Right, Nicole Sutherland's going to head down to the grid. She's going to be in and amongst the drivers having a good chin wag, while we'll be up here going over a few things. Right, so as we spoke about predictions and stories of what could happen in that previous race, a very similar story is in this one. Right, now for the grid... it's Emilian Denner who starts it on pole position. But before that, we'll go over the actual class itself. KZ drivers 14 years upwards, of course. Entrance into this weekend was 22. It is down to just 21 now for this final. We did have a retirement, unfortunately. One driver not feeling it at the end of the racing weekend. 8 different nationalities being represented here in the class. All fighting for one thing and one thing only, and that is for European and world glory. The karts themselves, though, the 125cc 6-speed 2-stroke engine, it outputs 50 brake horsepower. It's very similar to the KZ2. However, it is a more open class. They can do a little bit more within the regulations, of course, to their machines. But the minimum weight, 170 kilos. That is kart and driver both included. With the grid itself, and they're the tyres, the same tyres as well as the KZ2s, the LeConte LHOs, no need for the wet tyres this weekend. And again, the brand new set for the final, which means we will get 2 formation laps again here for the KZ category. So we've got a bit of time in that to talk about things. The grid, again, is still going to be an important one here because a lot of drivers who need to move around a little bit. Emilian Denner starts this one on pole position. Denner currently 5th in the points, certainly has a chance here. Victor Gustafsson also with a chance as he's hit 3rd in the points to try and take the European title. Spagel was my prediction. Well, I don't think it's going to happen, but he could move up in the order. He starts alongside his Sodi teammate of Jean Nomblo, who joins alongside. Row 3, Lorenzo Travasanuto will join Daniel Vasile on that 3rd row of the grid. They're going to need to push themselves forward as much as they possibly can in this final. Row number 4 will see Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese. They themselves, an all-Italian row number 4, could push themselves through the order. Daniel Vasile does have a chance, though, from that 3rd row of the grid. Row 5 in this grid, Tom Luyer and Max Orlov. Orlov being Nicole's prediction. Not going to happen on this one, unfortunately, but he starts it on the 5th row of the grid. Could still come away with a good final result here. Lorenzo Camplese and Stan Pex. Well, it's not over for Stan Pex. If Albanese finishes 3rd in this race, Pex would need to win. And that's still a good possibility in this one. They go from row number 6. Row 7 sees Alessio Pacini and Alex Marigliano. These drivers really on an outside chance here, but still could do something in the final. Mike Kremers and Marcus Kayak go from row number 8. They will see Pedro Hiltbrand and Adrian Malero on row number 9. Now, Malero still in the title fight, but he would need, basically, if he finished inside the top 7 and Albanese didn't score any points and neither did Pex Gustafsson, he might have an outside chance of still being champion here. Row 10, Enzo La Cruz and Matteo Sorangiani go from row number 10. They ran out the top 20 with Matteo Vagano all on his own on row number 11. He's had a pretty tough weekend here in Sarno. And as the wind picks up once again, the field primes themselves ready to go for this one. Nicole Sutherland is down there. She'll be chatting to a few drivers in a moment's time. Between now and then, though, the title fight is still up for grabs. So close in those points still going into this one, with Danilo Albanese with 104 points to his name. Stan Pex is there with 97, and this is what we talk about. If Pex can do anything, or if Pex finishes inside the top 11 and Albanese doesn't score any points, Pex does become European champion, and that's what makes it so incredibly exciting. Gustafsson with 91 is in a very similar story as well. So is Adrian Milero and Emilian Denner, and Daniel Vasily is just on that outside cutoff point to be able to do it. Maxim Orlov could do it if he won and got the fastest lap. He would put himself in a strong spot, but that is then the last spot. Travasanuto, Giuseppe Palomba, Tom Loulier are there in 8th, 9th and 10th, but they have no chance. Well, Travasanuto effectively could as well, because he's also on 54 points. Right, we're going to head down to the grid. Nicole Sutherland is ready with our KZ grid.
Well then, Anthony, last grid walk for our KZs of this 2026 European Championship. And of course, standings championship-wise actually remain pretty much wide open. Your main contender, of course, is the Italian of Danilo Albanese, who has taken a European Championship a couple of years ago. And in 2026, it's looking like he could take yet another, but it's going to be a challenge. And of course, it's going to be a challenge mostly for the likes of Victor Gustafsson, who's there to my left, who's starting alongside Emilian Denner going into that first corner. And we're going to catch up with Emilian very quickly. Of course, this weekend, time after time, has been the one to beat pace-wise, has taken a sweep of qualifying heat wins. Emilian, for you going into this one, championship is not possible, but a round win definitely is on the cards here. Thoughts that we can say that about you?
Yeah, I think we are quite the favourite to win this final, looking at the rest of the weekend. Just trying to get a good start, and then hopefully I can pull away like I did in the other races.
Well, Emilian, we'll watch that one unfold indeed. Thank you very much. Of course, Emilian Denner, like we said, has been the one to beat this weekend. The one to beat in 2025 at the end of things in Mulsanne was none other than Matteo Spagel. Matteo, we're going to pull you over quickly. This year, maybe championship, it is done and dusted for you. The win doesn't look like you're going to get that second in a row. But thoughts on the rest of the race that remains? Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, of course, I'm not playing the championship title, so yeah, I'm just here to make my race and try to win it.
And for you, has that been maybe a bit of a challenge this weekend, knowing that it's, you know, essentially over for you when it comes to that title?
Yeah, of course, I knew that it was almost over, so yeah, I'm just going to do my best and then we'll see.
But of course, you're strong at this circuit. We saw you take good positions last year in that final. A final win could be on the cards, but for you to take down Emilian Denner with the pace that he's got, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, of course, Emilian is really fast from the beginning of the weekend, but yeah, like I said, I will do my best. I know we have the speed to win it, so we'll try.
Well, Matteo, good luck for that attempt. That is Matteo Spagel, your 2025 champion. Heading further back then, we've got Daniel Vasily there on the Marillo. He's starting on that third row alongside Lorenzo Travasanuto. But who we really want to catch up with is Danilo Albanese here on the KR. Of course, was a podium finisher out at Genk and is now the contender, the main name when it comes to those championship points, and is currently leading the way. But, like Anthony called it and explained it, not that comfortably. Danilo, this final is going to be a challenge for you. You've got to get up there. Mathematically, other people could win this one, but so could you. And going into things, you know, what's going on in your head?
I don't know. I try to do my best, and after the final, we will see. It's not easy, but it's possible.
And as a driver, you know, when you're driving around and you're thinking of those names specifically, people like Victor, who could contend for things ahead of you, Pex, who's behind you, you know, are you thinking about them when it comes to the positioning on the track?
I think the first is Victor, because also is 12, and I don't know, for sure Victor, we need to arrive first on second, and I need to arrive in the top 4,
Well, Danilo, good luck for this one, because it could be another European Championship on the card then for the Italian Victor Gustafsson. And we're going to now go in a direction change back up to the front, because like Danilo just said, he is a contender, and here he is now readying that helmet to get into the rhythm. Victor, we've just done a bit of a backward step then up the grid. For you, this final, a win could be on the cards, so we could have a better result than what happened at Genk in that last couple of laps. But a championship, it's not over yet. You're still in the game?
Yeah, I mean, I did a calculation before. I'm still in it. Obviously, it would be nice if it was only up to me, but it's not. So I do my best race, the best race I can, and then we see if it's enough or not.
Well, Victor, good luck for this one. Of course, your second European champion of this year is about to be confirmed. Could be Victor Gustafsson, could be Danilo Albanese, could be Pex. There are so many names that contend for this one. 3 minutes, board is out. It's time to clear the grid for the final time this weekend.
Thanks, Nicole. On the grid, yeah, this is going to be a real challenge on this one. So many points are up for grabs, and as Albanese says, you know, he's worried more about Gustafsson than Pex, because he's behind him, and then obviously the position he's in is 8th place. If Albanese was to stay exactly where he is in 8th place over the course of this one, Stan Pex would need to finish inside the top 6. Gustafsson would only need to finish inside the top 4. So he's on an outside chance, is Gustafsson, but he has still got that chance. And because he starts on that front row of the grid, he's in a really good spot here, is Gustafsson, to take this away. But again, it's not over still for Malero, even at that point. If Albanese stays 8th, Malero would need to finish in the top 3. Denner would need to finish in the top 2 if Albanese was to finish there. So Denner is more of a threat here, I would say, as he's on pole position. If Denner was to win this one and Albanese was to stay 8th, it would be Denner champion at the end of this one. It would be still impossible for Daniel Vasile. Albanese would need to finish something in and around 10th place, and Daniel Vasile would have to win the race to be able to become champion. So a lot of factors at play here still. But all of these drivers now focused on this job in hand. They're waiting to take a seat, and we're waiting for that 1 minute board to go out to really get this race underway. But it's a tense moment still for the field, and again, so many variables at play here. Yeah, of course, this championship in 2026 has been turned into a bit of a sprint. Of course, only 2 rounds. The first was out at Genk, home of karting champions. This weekend, we're here at Sarno for our second and final, and that is what has made it so close and so tight for our drivers. Anybody could take things. There on your screen is Lorenzo Travisanuto, then a driver that took a European Championship in KZ in 2024 for Paralin. Lorenzo, this year, it's not looking quite likely, but what does maybe look likely is that he could get to the front and maybe claim a first podium of this season. However, last couple of moments remain on the grid for these drivers with mechanics. Talking about previous champions and drivers who absolutely want to show some stuff on some home soil. You've got Giuseppe Palomba in there, the driver that, of course, comes from not too far away from Sarno, a home hero, maybe a favourite for this last final of the 2026 FIA KZ campaign. This is going to be an almighty final, Get
Nicole.
your popcorn out.
I would say so, because every time I keep looking at my charts here and update myself on weather positions, Denner's got a really good chance here, especially with the position that Albanese is in. If Albanese closes in, basically, if Albanese gets to 5th place, it would be impossible for Denner to win the title, even if he wins the race. Yeah, absolutely. I think the hearts of many of the mechanics, team managers, families out there will be in their mouths going out through this race, because this is going to be very spectacular indeed. An absolute race to that checkered flag for every single one of your KZ drivers. And drivers in there, everybody in some right has been a champion, whether it's a European champion in KZ2 or in KZ. The same goes for world titles, direct drive category champions sit within this class. So many names, so many trophies. Actually, I'd be quite interested if you piled every single trophy of every driver in this grid. How many would you actually have? I think you'd have an ocean.
You would go round the track
twice.
50,000 times probably for that one. And no, the better way of doing it was if you stacked all the trophies up, how close to the moon would you get?
Yeah.
Probably all the
Past
way round
it.
back and then back to Earth. Right, these drivers here though, ready to go. They're already out of their first formation lap, and Denner is driving away from the rest of the field here. Put it this way, the back of the grid are only just going into turn 4 in their first lap, so Denner's going to have to wait quite some time here with the pace that he's going. He's going to have to really bring it back because he's going to be on the grid before even the last driver has finished their first warm-up lap.
Yeah, he's going to be waiting around for a little while on that top spot, but of course with the air temperature that we have got out there, 32 degrees now, he's not actually going to cool down at all. He's not going to reduce in performance. The tyre temperature is not going to drop that much, neither is that temperature on the engines. But what it is a game of is mental composure for these drivers. But if you're going to throw a challenge like that to anybody, it's best to throw it at the drivers who are at the top of their game, who are in this premier class. You can't go any faster in the world of karting. You can't get any better and probably any more talented than the field of these drivers.
I completely agree with you. However, someone at home with their keyboard will argue that argue that fact. These drivers are nearly ready to go. The last cart's just crossed over the line. That is Matteo Vagano there, Pasquale Lupoli, ready to start the lights procedure here for this final race of the weekend. The final race for the KZ gearbox categories of the 2026 season. Nicole, it's only July.
I know, I'm sad.
We're nearly done. I'm sad too. Of course, we've got the Worlds. We'll be heading to Le Mans for the Worlds, the World Cup, the International Super Cup, and of course the World Championships for this class, the KZ. But yeah, what a place. The home of endurance racing. Le Mans, that is going to be a spectacular weekend. It might be a bit chilly when we go because it's a bit later on in the year, and it's, of course, middle northern France a little bit, somewhat, so might be a bit chilly, but we'll have to wait and see. Field now, just last few checks being made for the back of the grid. Of course, all these drivers on the brand new set of LeConte tyres here. This weekend, the LHO LeConte tyres being used this weekend, so they're waiting to see what they can achieve on that circuit. But like we say, all falls down to the points. Denner wins this race. Albanese has to finish 5th to take the title. If Pex wins the race, Albanese would have to finish 2nd. If Albanese finishes 2nd or 1st in this final, no one else can beat him.
Yes, but look at where he's starting. He's starting quite far back. Albanese, the Italian, is going to have to fight from P8. He's going to have to fight from that 4th row. So he's got a challenge and a half on his hands. This is not going to be handed to any one of these drivers. Not to Denner, not to Gustafsson, not to Albanese, or even Max Orlov, who still could technically take the win if he could win things and get that fastest lap and get 51 points on the board. But however, the revs will raise and the eyes of these drivers will be full focused on that first corner to get into that all-important top spot and to claim these crowns.
It certainly will do then. The title fight is on in KZ as the revs start to rise here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in southern Italy as Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. It's lights out and fights on. It's a great start for Emilian Denner, exactly what he needed to do there under no pressure from anyone else. Gustafsson has slotted into 2nd place. That's a good start for him as there you can see Spagel holding on to 3rd. There is Daniel Albanese on the outside line. Remember, he is looking to try and get up to 2nd place minimum for no one else to beat him here this weekend. But that is going to be a hard job to do as down the inside goes Matteo Spagel. He's wheel to wheel with Gustafsson down the 205-metre back straight. Down the inside goes his teammate as well. Jean Nomblo gets alongside. Gustafsson is down into 4th place, and now the Marileno of Daniel Vasile tries to get involved, and he does get involved. He gets through, and it's a steady start then for KZ. It's a better start, though, for Emilian Denner, who leads the way and is going purple in Sector 1 and 2.
Spigel now has fallen off the hands of Emilian Denner side by side. Daniel Vasile goes with Travis Sanuto out of the final corner. These drivers will go first lap, done and dusted, and already sizable gap there for Emilian Denner. 1.1 seconds clear is the IPK to maybe take his best results in quite a few years. Danilo Albanese on the road, P9, has lost position to the drivers of Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Loyer there. Tom Loyer holding off now the driver who is trying to get up there to claim the crown. There is the top driver of the weekend so far, and there's Jean Nomblo going very defensive indeed from Giuseppe Palomba there. Switched position now with Travis Sanuto through that fifth and heavy braking zone corner through sector number 2. Jean Nomblo in 2025, last moment, despite DNF after DNF, did claim the podium and at the time being is looking to match that once more. But he's not out of the woods, and he's got Daniel Vasile right on his tail, close for comfort. Virtual Championship, Anthony. Emilian Denner is now leading the way, 133 points. As it stands, has taken that title for the time being. Gustafsson sat in P2, and it's going to be tough stuff for Danilo Albanese for the remainder of this one from here on out, because he has now dropped to P3.
Yes, indeed. Well, Danilo Albanese, as it stands, 9th in this race. He was the points leader coming into it. It is, top 3 still needed for Denner. If he finished outside of the top 3, he would be in a spot of bother. But he's not. He's there. P1 is exactly where he wants to be. Gustafsson in this situation would need to finish inside the top 5. Now, he is not there. Well, he's in the 5th place at the moment. As dear off the road is Matthias Torrengiani. He is out of the race. It's been a torrid weekend for him as well. The DAP suit liveried driver will go no further. Over the line they go then, and Denner's clear. Jean Nomblo and Daniel Vasile still there. This is the fight for 3rd place on your screen. The last spot on the podium. I am sure the Italians would like to see Daniel Vasile on that top 3 spots.
We had history made earlier on in KZ2 with Kimi Tani, who was the first driver on a Paralin to get that European Championship title within KZ2. IPK have not had a win in KZ in the history since this class was introduced full-time in 2007, as that's a nice send down the inside. That's Giuseppe Palomba. I think I'm right in saying Emilian Denner, if he can take this championship win, he would be a history maker for Denner. For the time being, however, the goal is just to get to the flag, just to nurse that kart home and continue on the path that he is currently running down. We have still got the battle on between Jean Nomblo and Daniel Vasile. Vasile still tailing round just behind. He is the highest up of the 2 Maranellos that now exist on your circuit. Through turn number 1, these drivers, of course, can't open things up too much on the exit. There's not that big of a off-run of that rumble strip at all, as a bit of a boost there is given to Jean Nomblo through that second corner. Of course, Giuseppe Palomba could be a little bit impatient here. This is his home circuit. He wants to prove what he could do here on home soil. Albanese there back into P8, but points-wise does overtake Victor Gustafsson for that P2, but he doesn't get anywhere near Emilian Denner just yet.
No, indeed. Denner's lead 1.4 seconds at this moment and is continuing to power away from the rest of the field. Despite that, the drivers behind are starting to go just that little bit faster in sector number 1. Denner at the moment in a really good spot then here. Good points to his name. Daniel Albanese dropping to 2nd in the points, but he is trying to fight his way back through, and he has done. He's back to 8th place and is continuing that fight on as all is calm at the moment inside that top 10.
Denner is in a good spot, but he can't do any more than what he already is. He's now actually, his fate is in the hands of the drivers, of the competitors behind, to not let Danilo Albanese through, because they are only now separated out there by 11 points. So it's not over for Danilo Albanese. If he can get past the names of Tom Loyer and Victor Gustafsson out there, he would climb back up the order and he could take that title back. For the time being, though, the battle is raging on between the two Maranellos out there. This is just behind Jean Nomblo, Daniel Vasile and Giuseppe Palomba potentially working together to chase down the two CPBs of Spigel and Nomblo just ahead. The gap just dancing up and down. Oh, big send down the inside. That is the switch between Palomba and Vasile, who now invites Victor Gustafsson into things, but Gustafsson thinks against it and tucks back in.
Yeah, indeed. Nice little moves there, but again, just holding firm and keeping their noses clean for the time being. Every overtake in KZ is an absolute masterclass of performance, but the two teammates here, line astern, waiting to see what they can achieve. But Palomba still just sitting there ahead of Daniel Vasile, waiting to see if they can close in on Jean Nomblo, who sits just ahead. The gap still holding at 1.4. Big sends in the background there. Stampex on the charge through the field. Remember, Stampex is still in a charge here, but he's, I think, 14th place now with that one past Alessio Pacini. But that is down, like we say, in 14th place.
Well, that was the send by Max Orlov to get past there, Marigliano. So big send from all the way back there. Dennis still holding on to things, as you can see on that virtual championship. Albanese has not managed to make a move, has not managed to chase anywhere near Tom Loyer. He's going to be sat there then on the circuit thinking, I need Loyer, Gustafsson, Vasile, Palomba to start costing each other some time so I can chase up, get into the fight and pick up some positions. Or he needs some of these drivers to cause some drama amongst themselves and to force others wide and out. Not even halfway of this one just yet, but still, Emilian Denner continues to push ahead. Pace between him and Spigel then. It is the case that Denner is faster than Spigel, not by much. They are separated by just around about half a tenth. So that gap just staying steady for the time being.
Palomba is going to be picking up a warning flag in this one. Needs to be careful over the course of these next few laps, but he is still right there behind Jean Nomblo, waiting to get a look down the inside. He will see that warning flag. He's going to look down the inside at turn one. He's going to get that move down the inside at turn one. Beautifully done. There's drama in the background. Another one of the Formula K's having drama. That is Marcus Kayak going down to 19th place after running off the road down at turn number 9. But changes up there then inside the top 3. It's Maranello and it's Giuseppe Palomba who's looking at a podium here.
Spigel is not going to be thinking about this behind him. There you can see the gaps. Denner clear, Spigel clear, but this is the main battle on your track. It's a 5-kart battle. It's Giuseppe Palomba, Jean Nomblo, Daniel Vasile and Victor Gustafsson. Gustafsson desperately trying to get back some points, desperately trying to get past Daniel Albanese. Not on the road. Oh, a big lick of the curb sends there Marin Kremers up into the air, and that's what you saw go wrong for Marcus Kayak.
Yeah, indeed. That was a shame there. Kayak a little bit more of a victim in that moment. Right, over the line we go. And another lap completed here. We are at half race distance. On to lap 10. More karts going off the road, but this time racing in the wrong direction and going no further. That is Alessio Bacchini, I think, out of the race. The Modena Kart Racing Team pilot will go no further. He's had a tough weekend here. It gets tougher in the final as he is out of the race and down into 20th place.
21 runners now down to 19 for the last stages of this final. This is how it unfolded for Alessio Pacini. So
again,
yes, curb. It's Marin Kremers again, I think, clips that curb. I think it was the CL branded their suit of Kremers. Goes onto that curb through the inside of that S-bend that leads you onto that start-finish straight and then just clips the Paralin out there, who will go no further. The next appearance we will see from Pacini will be out in Le Mans later on in the year. Still, though, we're undecided for this one. Lier is still looking strong there, but is quite a mile away now from Victor Gustafsson. But we're at that stage of the race. Actually, everyone looks quite settled. They're trying not to cost themselves too much time, but I would say it's going to light up very shortly as we get closer to the flag. Oh, big send there. Victor Gustafsson back into life.
Yeah, indeed. This is what we like to see. Gustafsson here piling on that pressure as Kremers now under investigation for causing a collision. Little wide there for Daniel Vasile. That put him under pressure from Tom Loyer there just that little bit for 6th place, and we'll have to check that as they go through for the remainder of these laps. He does not want to be doing that too many times. Lap number 11 we are on of this race of 18. There is Tom Luye on your screen, trying to push through. There is Danilo Albanese. This has been a tough one for him. There in 8th place, and did say this if he finished 8th, everyone else other than Daniel Vasile could have taken that top run
that's Pedro
out of the race.
That is
Pedro
Hilbrand.
Hilbrand. He will go no further. And that is from bad to worse for that young man from Spain. Just not going to be his weekend.
You know, Genk, it was a DNF in the final for Hilbrand. Last year, completely different story where he, of course, took the final win. But this year, it's not been his opportunity. It's not been his stage to own. Here we go then, Danilo Albanese under some increasing pressure. Lorenzo Travesanuto absolutely pushing as hard as he can. Max Orlov very much within this one as well. I'd be so intrigued to know here, Anthony, if Emilian Denner out there in the front, of course, he knows that he's leading the race, but do you reckon he knows that he's leading that virtual championship? He's not going to directly be able to see what position maybe Albanese is in. But, you know, driving round and not making a mistake under that kind of pressure and talking about pressure, Max Orlov tries to give it a go, tries to get past the Paralin, but his best on that first corner was not quite good enough.
Travesanuto so brave to carry it round the outside there, to squeeze that door closed on Orlov, and so close indeed, even at turn 1 at this point of the race. Great commitment, though, from both of them. It just gives Albanese that little bit of breathing space here, and he can see his title fight. It's just ahead of him for Albanese, but it's ahead of him and he can't reach it right now. And that's what puts the drama in this fight. That's what brings the fire in the belly that these drivers need to try and close those gaps up. Will Albanese do such a thing? At the moment, the gap still is just over a couple of seconds. It's going to be a hard fight for him, but we'll have to wait and see. Plenty of time to go in this race. Over the line then, lap 14 now of this race. Denner's lead still extending now 1.8 seconds, borderline 1.9 between himself and Matteo Spagel. Palomba still there third. From Nomblo, Gustafsson, Daniel Vasile and Tom Luye from that battle you were just watching. There is your race leader. There's second, there's third. Cool, calm, collected. They just want to make it to the end of the race.
Yeah, as we can see, Spagel has not managed to push his way up to our race leader of course, Emilian Denner. You'd maybe be expecting somebody in the early stages of the races to try and force Denner into a mistake, but it's been the starts for Denner that have been perfected time and time again. One, of course, was a little bit too eager yesterday, where he was given a penalty for that, as was Spagel when they went side by side and he just jumped it slightly. But ever since then, there's literally been nothing more that Emilian Denner could have done so far this weekend. We're still looking on at this one. We're still looking at the driver who's P2 in your virtual championship, Danilo Albanese, under the threat of Lorenzo Travesanuto. Travesanuto continuing to breathe down the neck of the Italian, as there is your race leader, your championship leader currently, and the driver that's been the star of the show within KZ this weekend. He was not, of course, on that podium out at Genk. That went to, of course, Pex and Edge Valero or Max Orlov. Max Orlov was a moment ago with Lorenzo Travesanuto and Danilo Albanese. Was there an attempt by him on the Italian of Travesanuto? We aren't quite sure, but Orlov, the prediction from me earlier on in the year was that he was going to be a champion, but now he will be forced out of this one. His day and his year is done.
Yeah, the KZ2 world champion last year, not getting the results here in his first season in the KZ class, and this is how it's treated him in the Europeans. A look down the inside, makes contact there with Travesanuto and out of the race, and that's what we talk about, Sarno. When you get it wrong, it bites back here. There, Emilian Denner doing great work here. He is continuing this fight through the field, and this is going to be a really big win for him. I can see it on the dossier from 2025. I had a text message as well from Guillaume Alvarez, who's watching. Thank you very much for him as well, just to confirm my predictions on this one. Emilian Denner, 2019 KZ2 International Super Cup winner, was his last title. Now he's in KZ. A European title is up for grabs, and he's only a couple of laps away from it.
That is an eternity to wait for a driver. 2019, all the way back then, Denner would have been much younger, of course, but time and time again, year after year, he has returned. He's picked off the positions. He's been strong. Last year, it was definitely not the one for him. We saw drama out there, but this year, he's been composed. This weekend has been what has created this effect for Denner. He's been strong, he's been confident, and he's potentially about to make history for himself and for the team, of course, because this could be a massive moment for IPK. Denner now just has a couple more moments left to go within this race. He will tick off the 9 corners time and time again, still under the threat of Matteo Spagel. He cannot afford to make a mistake, which is easy to do around this circuit because it punishes you. You catch a bump wrong, you catch a corner wrong, like what we saw from the likes of Marin Kremers a moment ago. You'll absolutely know about it. But what we do know for now, Emilian Denner has seen that last lap board for the final time this weekend. He has got 7 more corners to complete. He's taken qualifying heat wins. He's been calm, cool, collected, and now potentially looks at making himself a European champion.
He certainly does. No other French driver had done it until last year, Matteo Spagel, when he took the European champion. Since then, it seems to have opened the door to the French nation of taking European titles in the Premier KZ class, because Emilian Denner here in that number 7 machine is going to pilot that Formula K SRP factory team machine to a win here. In 2019, he was an International Super Cup winner back in KZ2. In 2026, it's KZ European Champion. It's Emilian Denner over the line. It's a final win and a European title, and you can see what it means to him. An incredible result as the Frenchman can celebrate both a final win and a title fight in 2026. Emilian Denner, I'm sure the emotion will be flooding through that young man. And there's his teammate as well, just pulling up to congratulate him. Marcus Kayak there, another one of the Formula K SRP drivers, putting a celebration to him. But you can see what it means to the field. They're going through Matteo Vagano. He may have finished that race in 17th place, but he will congratulate not only the final winner, but the title winner as well. Emilian Denner, 2026 FIA Karting KZ European Champion. Well, celebrations, I'm sure, will be flooding around there in the paddock with the Formula K team. We'll see not only their driver, but the team on that podium as well. An incredible drive. And once again, the final winner, always very slowly back. He still can't believe it. He'll be the last driver in. Of course, he'll have to get checked up and weighed as well to confirm it. But he did everything he needed to do there. Despite the drama from behind, from Pex, from Gustafsson, from Malero, from Vasile, and from Albanese, Emilian Denner kept his cool and will stand on that podium. The champion from last year joins him on that podium as well in 2nd place, and Giuseppe Palomba, the former world champion from a couple of years ago, finds himself on that podium as well. Jean Nomblo will finish in 4th place ahead of Victor Gustafsson, Daniel Vasile and Tom Louis. Danilo Albanese, he finished P8. He could have still won the title there, but it wasn't meant to be, as his title protagonists were pushing to the front. The rest of the field, Clavas and Uto finishing in 9th place ahead of Alex Marigliano on a 4th place gain. Lorenzo Complese from Marcos Kayak, Stan Pex from Adrian Milero, Mike Kremers, Enzo La Cruz, Matteo Vagano will round out the 17 cuts that finished that race. All of Hiltbrand, Pacini and Torrengiani retiring from that race. And there is Max Orlov at the end of that one. Very tough result there for him, but great results nonetheless for Emilian Denner here, who will put the French flag on the top step of the podium, and the French national anthem will blare out of the speakers here in Italy. A sigh of relief. There's Marcus Kayak. Celebrations all around. Great to see that from your teammate, and a great result. And I'm sure the feelings just starting to come into play here. And there you can see the team from LeConte as well to give him the congratulations. It's a team game, of course. You have to remember to become a title winner. And Emilian Denner knows it. A great result for him. Great result for Formula K and the SRP factory team. A great result all around, and a great result for France as well. Emilian Denner then, with 133, takes the title with those points. Daniel Albanese will still be a vice champion in KZ with 122 ahead of Victor Gustafsson, who rounds out the top three. Stan Pex with 103 from Daniel Vasile in fifth. Adrian Milero, despite his incredible performance out in Genk in Belgium, does not see the results here in Sarno in Italy, and will sit sixth in the points out of Giuseppe Palomba, Matteo Sprogel, Jean Nomblo and Tom Louier, who will round out the top 10 in the FIA Karting KZ Drivers' Championship standings in 2026. Well, another chapter completed then in FIA Karting history, and here is the highlights from that history that was being made. Good start for the field, slow getaway there for Vigano, cautious off the line, but controlled in his racing here this weekend, as Emilian Denner was a rocket ship off the line, beating Gustafsson to the whole shot. Gustafsson himself also beating the two Sodis of Sprogel and Nomblo. They were not able to get a move down the inside into that final sector. All of these drivers, though, pushing to the very end and delivering strong results. And they're fresh off the weighbridge. Now I think full celebrations can come out. Yes, they can. Emilian Denner, European champion in KZ, is confirmed. And there it is. There's the rest. Oh, that's a great sight. A great sight for the team. The team boss there coming in to play. Oh, that's going to be a rowdy podium. And we can't wait for it. Superb. Absolutely superb for Emilian Denner. Yeah, he didn't know he was he didn't know he was European champion. He didn't know it. He only thought he won the final. You're European champion as well. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And now I can imagine the emotions going to come out. Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful for Emilian Denner. And this is what it means. That's what it means to a driver. You could stand there at the sidelines and think it's just karting. But for these drivers, it is their world, and it is their first tick at motorsport. This, though, the rest of the highlights, only onto lap 8 of the highlights here, because there weren't many of them. Marcus Kayak getting caught out while his teammate was looking for victory. Kayak was struggling to keep it on the road, and there Mike Kramers again with a move down the inside put him under investigation for causing a collision, and that put Alessio Pacini out of the race. Great effort from the team, though, for this one. This is superb, and I'm sure himself, Mike and the team at Formula K will be absolutely delighted with the result. We've already seen, of course, the celebrations from them. This was a close fight there. Maxim Orlov, before his later retirement here, going for the moves there on Lorenzo Travazanuto, was not able to get it done. The KZ2 world champion from last year out of this race. But from 2019, from an international Super Cup in KZ2 to 2026 to a KZ European title, and at this very moment he didn't even know he'd won it. Emilian Denner is crowned final winner here in Italy and is crowned 2026 FIA Karting KZ European champion. Well, there we have it. Racing action done and dusted here in Sarno in the south of Italy, but the podium presentations will be up very, very soon. We're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Well, then we are confirmed for our KZ and KZ2 European Championship for 2026. And for your final race in KZ, it's Giuseppe Palomba that finishes in P3. Giuseppe, congratulations. This weekend for you, you do manage a podium in the end. Good feeling to round out your year?
Yeah, today I was really fast, and yesterday one stop in one heat, and so after a really difficult start in the back, but we are really fast today, and finally we took a third position. I'm really happy, and a big thanks to Maranello Kart and VT Racing.
And Giuseppe, next, of course, we turn our eyes over to Le Mans for the World Championships. Going to Le Mans, what are your feelings when we head over?
I like a lot Le Mans circuit, and I do for sure my best, and we see.
Giuseppe, thank you very much, and then we're going to swap you over now with Matteo Spagel, who is P2. Matteo, we'll get you to switch positions. Matteo, for you this weekend, you do end up on a podium. It's a great result. It's a good way to end out your European campaign, right?
Yes, of course, it was overall a good weekend. The pace was really good. But in the final, I didn't take the best start of my life. And Emilian already get quite a good gap, and I was not able to catch him back. But we are happy with this second place.
Well, Matteo, congratulations on this weekend. Like we said, P2, and it is a podium. And now we're going to swap positions with, of course, Emilian Denner. Emilian Denner has been on top form time and time again. Firstly, Emilian, I asked a question during the race. Were you aware when you were driving around that you were a European champion? And I think you answered that on screen. Moments after that, you didn't know, right, until you met the team at the gate?
No, I didn't know. I was just really focused on winning the race. That would already make me really happy. As we go through really a difficult time with the team. Last year also we worked so hard, and now finally to win the European Championship on top is amazing.
And of course, for you, your last major title was claimed in 2019. You've had to wait quite a few years since that. And that was over in KZ2. So would you say that this is deserved and this has been actually quite a long time coming?
Yeah, I came close really many times to European or World Championship also with my previous team, Sodicard. But now I think the bad luck is gone, and hopefully we can continue like this with Formula K and SRP.
And talking of the team, we're now going to hear from your team manager, Mike. We're going to just switch you over now with Mike Siebecker, the team manager of Emilian Denner, Formula K and IBK this weekend. Firstly, congratulations. Was it intentional that you were holding the secret from Emilian until you could greet him and say he was a European champion?
Yeah, he didn't knew it, so it was a big surprise for him. And I think he didn't count with it. So he was just focused on making the race. We was not really thinking we had a chance on the title, but everything works out quite well, so we are more than happy.
And the achievement this weekend, the work put in by every single member of your team across mechanics, drivers, the team in the truck, what's that look like for you to make Emilian as quick and make this achievement?
Yeah, I'm so proud for all my team. We've worked hard for the last 2 years with IPK, with TM, and I think step by step we put all together, and everybody in the team did his job for it, and I'm super happy, and I'm very thankful to everybody. I'm still a little bit speechless.
Well, Mike, congratulations on this weekend. Emilian Denner is now a second round and a European champion, and Anthony Jordan is now going to introduce him onto the podium.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, quite an emotional ending to that final. Great results from the field after the 2 rounds of the 2026 campaign. Firstly, that headed to Genk in Belgium, and then, of course, headed to here at the Circuito Internazionale circuit in Napoli. And all the way throughout this moment, we see them now on the top step of the podium. And as always, we will start with third position. Please welcome onto the podium, representing Italy and the Maranello kart team. Give it up for Giuseppe Palomba! Please now welcome onto the podium, representing France and Sodicard. He won this title last year. He'll have to settle only for second in the final. Give it up for Matteo Special. And finally, please welcome the winning team onto the podium. It's their first time on a KZ grid to see a European FIA title for Formula K SRP Factory Team. Please welcome Mike Siebecker. But of course, the winning team and the winning driver. Please give it up for the number 7 machine representing France, and for Formula K SRP Factory Team, it's Emilian Denner. Incredible work by the team and by Emilian this season, and he will see his first title since 2019, and he'll celebrate on that top step. We will now listen to the national anthem of France. Big round of applause for your finalists in KZ here in Sarno. Would now like to award the winning trophies then to our top three and winning team. And starting with third place, please welcome the manager of MondoKart.com, Matteo Cauda, to present the third place trophy, heading to Giuseppe Palomba. Great work for Giuseppe, finding himself with that P3, a four-place gain. Please now welcome the circuit manager here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Rosario Sorrentino, to present that trophy, heading to Matteo Spagel. Great work for the CPB Sport team. Another huge work for them. Once again, please welcome manager of MondoKart.com, Matteo Cauda, to present now the winning team's trophy, heading to Formula K, SRP, factory team, and to Mike Siebecker. And the winner's trophy, with a European title added on as well. Please welcome Rosario Sorrentino to present that to France's Emilian Denner. A superb end to the 2026 season in KZ, and as we mentioned earlier on, for Emilian Denner, a first title since the International Super Cup back in 2019 in KZ2. It's a long time to wait, but what a wait it has been for the young Frenchman who stands proud on that top step of the podium with Formula K SRP factory team. Well, the job nearly done. Drivers, if you can, nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. And what we'd like to do in a moment is squeeze you all up onto that top step of the podium as well. So there we go, guys. You know the order. Mind those bottles out there. I know they're around there. Just be careful. There we go. And again, nice big smiles for all the members of the media here at the end of the 2026 campaign. But one more final thing to do before this paddock heads to Le Mans for the Worlds is to celebrate with the bottles of champagne. So, drivers, are you ready? Are you steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Denner's on the ground. Palomba's in the crowd. Spagel stands alone on that podium, but a great result at the end and a very emotional podium here for the KZs. What a final it's been, though. What a weekend it's been for the Academy Trophy, to John Hahn, to Kimi Tani, and to Emilian Denner. They can celebrate victories here in Italy as the field prepares for the Academy Junior, of course, to head to Viterbo, and for the KZs to head to Le Mans for the World Championships later on this year. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much for watching from wherever you are around the world, and we will see you later on this season.